And again, I read the books by the top researchers and studied history and was in the street investigating for myself. It wasn't that there weren't people that didn't get how things worked back then and was in the street, but they investigating for myself. They wrote books, they had newsletters. Maybe some of them had a radio show here or there locally, but there wasn't any way to get the mass message out. But the internet scaled up right as I was on Access TV in 94, 95, 96, and it was just the planets aligned. But it's just amazing where we're at. It is so exciting, and there's no way to put the genie back in the bottle or the toothpaste back in the tube or to get the horses back in the barn. It's hurtling forward, and there's nothing the globalists can do other than releasing some super deadly virus and trying to just wipe out society or a nuclear war. I mean, they're done. And I think it's really important to keep restating that for them. Because I don't put out disinfo like they do, wanting to demoralize the patriots and saying that we're winning when we're not. We are winning. And all they can do is try to block stabilizing civilization and promoting prosperity and freedom and competition. All they can do is try to drag us into their grave politically, culturally with them. And that's it. And they admit that. They're like, we got to obstruct. All we can do is block. We've got to. And people are just exponentially turning on them. I had the head pollster from Rasmussen on yesterday for almost an hour. And I mean, he is hands down the best. I mean, he just nails it. And he said, this is not a Republican or even conservative global awakening. He said it's an anti-establishment global awakening. And that's exactly what it is. And it's a common sense global awakening. So the good news is, you can see it, but you know the numbers then and know it. I'm just giving you a report here that thank you, God, because we prayed for this and we worked for this, and it's ours to lose at this point. All right, let me tell you what's coming up today. Jay Dyer, talk about super researcher. Everything he does is just right out of their own words. He is going to be hosting the 4th hour today. I almost called him this morning. He's already scheduled and said, hey, will you do an hour on depopulation, just with the quotes? Said he's a huge private library. He's got basically every major book there, published thousands of them. Because I see him on with it behind him, and I've read a lot of them, but a lot of them haven't. I mean, he's just a walking encyclopedia, but he always has something interesting and informative to cover. But maybe I should ask him next Friday to get it all together and do a depopulation hour, because I talked about it at the end of the show yesterday for about 30 minutes. Grok is, and again, I don't want to just criticize stuff for no reason, okay? And, I mean, I want to believe that Grok's better. It certainly is powerful. It probably is the best at math and things like that. But it's oh no, the vaccines work great, and oh no, there's no global depopulation plan. Just on and on and on, and it's just verifiable horse crap. But side issue. He's coming up 4th hour. All this ties together. There isn't one of these stories that's the top story. It's all a compendium. But Israel is publicly talking about blasting Iran when Trump's deadline in just a few days that he gave Iran runs out. And again, it's very paradoxical. I'm not anti-Israel. I don't want Israel blown off the map. I don't want the Muslims to push the Jews into the sea. I also don't want Israel to start a nuclear war. And that's what most major military studies and war planners are saying. Look, it is a very good possibility, surpassing probable over 50%. In all the actuaries, if the war continues in Ukraine, it goes nuclear for sure. India, Pakistan, also in all the numbers, just war games, ticking time bomb. And you notice that's all popping off. So Benjamin Netanyahu, I've been really hammering a long time. Even though that's a dangerous enemy to have, it's more dangerous to have him continue with just insane levels of blind chutzpah, bravado, hubris, steamrolling towards total war with Iran. And Israel has defeated Hezbollah all around it. And the U.S. has bombed the Houthis into the Stone Age, and they've stopped their attacking of ships. And Netanyahu, though, is hanging on for political life. Been in there for 25 years, off and on. And it's just, he's holding us hostage. And that's a fact. And his own military leaders and his own intelligence leaders have told him, don't attack him. That's in this written text. Now, a majority of Israelis want to attack Iran. And that's insane. So, people say, well, who cares? Just let them do it. It's going to drag us into it. And then the mullahs said yesterday, we will hold the United States responsible if Israel strikes us. Well, that is extremely irresponsible. And says we're going to use our terror networks to attack U.S. interests around the world, including in the U.S., which they have real terror networks. Al-Qaeda and ISIS is run by MI6, Mossad, CIA, and record. And funded previously out of Saudi Arabia, though they've cut the funding. That's accurate. They said they've done, they have. They were always, I'm not defending Saudi Arabia, just British intelligence set them up, created Saudi Arabia, used them as their army, and then they just called it other names as the 100+ years has gone by. You can look up the creation of Saudi Arabia by the British Empire and all the rest of it. It's on record. Oscar-winning movies about it. Lawrence of Arabia is a nice snapshot of it. So, but with the Iranians, oh, they got real terrorists. And I mean, really suicidal, professional, tough, crazy people. Okay. Anybody that's been over in the Middle East, around the world, tell you the Shiites are, you know, they're not, the Durka Muhammad Jihad just shooting their AK-47s up in the air.
We all know what that means.
And I mean, look at the Iranians, for God's sakes. So it's not good. And I remember 20 years ago, I've got family that was the assistant for 8-9 years of the head general over there. I'll sleep at that. And then CENTCOM, all of it. And they never told me it's classified stuff. They just said, no, the generals are like, we do not. We don't want Iran, and they got nukes. I'm like, really? Tell me how they, well, we got different partners. And I got that from other sources too. I'm like, how do you know that? But the point is that I got family that literally carried the briefcase for 7, 8, 9 years. Specifically, they worked around this person, and they said, hey, after a few years working around, they said, hey, I want you to be my whatever. And some people say, how does Jones say they got nukes? Well, I mean, there's other sources as well. And Saudi Arabia's got them too. So this is not good. And I'll get more into that later. But
who's using the auger?
In fact, I'll do that at the start of the next hour because, as I predicted, and it was not hard to predict, Jews are going to start getting killed at Jewish centers and synagogues and universities. I've been saying that for a year. I said Trump will get in the summer of 2025. They'll start cutting the Jews down. And that will give Netanyahu the perfect pretext to go into Iran and turn the temperature up because the left's doing it for him. And then when these two Jewish diplomats got murdered in cold blood, disgusting. I mean, I knew it would happen, and I've got stacks of articles here, and the communists and the socialists and the Antifa, the universities all over the U.S. publicly saying we want copycats, go kill more Jews. Now, I don't like what Netanyahu does. I don't like the stand on October 7th. I don't like what Hamas did. It's all sick. Everybody's trying to use things to their advantage. It's very Machiavellian. It's very dark. I'm going to explain this to idiot leftists, okay? You all love the Ukraine war that's killed over 1 million people and threatens the whole planet. But then you don't care about the 1 million dead there, plus, but you the 40, 50,000 dead Palestinians is just the greatest crime in the world. The whole corporate media pushes it to foment a new global leftist Arab Spring that even Al Gore talked about in the Arab Spring sort of 15, 16 years ago. He said, we need to link up with leftist movements around the world in the West and use the Arab Spring to have our own uprising here. Well, they've been building for this and wanting this for a long time. And now Trump said, and now Podesta said in War Games in New York Times, that this is what they would do this summer. So people ask how I knew this was going to start happening, because they said it was. And all they got to do is turn the heat up enough. So it isn't like, oh, Israel's perfect and the Muslims are bad, or the Muslims are perfect and Israel's bad. It's that there's a larger globalist manipulation for a conflagration. And I'll actually get to it next hour. I'll cover it next hour as we're doing it, but I'm going to get the clips and show you all this stuff. And all hell will break loose. And then you're going to get some cop will shoot an innocent black person, or they'll say they were in whatever. And they're planning George Floyd 10 this summer. They're going to vote out a bunch of illegals at a demonstration. That's already pre-programmed, as they say. Trump and Holman are going to go kill migrants. Of course they're not. But they're setting it up. I mean, this isn't even 2 + 2 = 4. This is just how many fingers I'm holding up? One. It's just you see it, you know it. And that's what's so frustrating, is how they pre-position everything. And the people act like they don't understand how I know all this, and it keeps coming true. Like Joe Rogan said a few days ago with Aaron Rodgers, Jones is right about everything constantly, basically the first. How does he know all this? Well, I mean, when they got a talking point for the last 6 months on every globalist channel that Trump and Homan are going to murder with the military migrants, I mean illegal aliens, that's preposterous. They're coming to kill them. We played the clips, every channel. We got to rise up and fight and die. They're going to kill us. They're going to kill the Carbon. They're coming to kill the black people. They're black men. You got to rise up. Trump's coming to kill you. What? They're going to provide the false flag. And now we're entering the time of it. And I said, you'll also see attacks on Jews. And then you'll see attacks that may be real or false flagged against the Muslims, and then it all blows up. Now, there's a lot of knowledge about this now. So, and I really respect the Rasmussen pollster he had on yesterday, and he says from what he sees, he thinks they were going to plan it, and they were planning it, but he thinks it's going to fizzle out, and I hope he's right. So, that's just something we got to be aware of. But if I got up here after, let's say, some black people were killed senselessly, which I would, of course, know.
You approved this construction plan. A blind man will.
And I said, boy, we need to see more of this. That's not free speech, folks. That is incitement. And then when you add the names of who needs to be killed, like a lot of Democrats are doing, 86 Trump, that's a contract. Especially when you're the former FBI director. That's a hit. That's how contracts work. You just say, hey, man, I hope something happens to this guy, and then people know. That's how crime networks work. Hey up. I mean, you don't think the mafia like calls 100 hitmen and says go out, has conversations with them so they can blackmail them later or something? No. And the hitmen don't want to go have a meeting either. They want to hear there's a bounty out. $100,000, you kill that son of a bitch. Put the word out on the street. Put the word out. There's a set your number. And you put a big enough number on somebody, $5 million, this person, kill them. Somebody's gonna try it. A lot of folks are gonna try it. And the way those networks work too, they pay up. So this is what they're trying to do right now. And you got, quote, white supremacists running around trying to stir it up. You know, they're being handled by the FBI every time. It just never ends. So I'm going to hit it next hour. When I come back, oh my gosh, it's just insane. 93 billion new stolen dollars out of the Department of Energy by Biden in the last few days of his administration has now been discovered. And it just goes on and on. You've got, it's just stay with us. Massive transmission straight ahead. I've got some really good news. You can get ultramethylene blue for 50% off in perpetuity. We have the best medical grade USB. You've seen the rate reviews. It's just incredible. 10 times stronger than any methylene blue I ever used. They claim all this other stuff's USB grade. As a medical doctor told me to start taking 6 years ago. I would barely feel it. Good for mitochondria, but it is next level. And it's so good for you. 95% of people feel it within 30 minutes. But that's really just the first effect. It's the overall effect to your energy, your overall health, your immune system, your cells. It skips ahead the oxidizing process in the cells. It just does incredible things. That's why Robert Kennedy Jr. swears by it. We have the best. Well, if you become a subscriber to Ultramethylene Blue, meaning you get it every month, cancel anytime, no charge if you want, you can lock in perpetuity, just one click at checkout at thealexjoneshow.com. It will always be held back for you at 50% off. And if you ever want to cancel, one click, you're done. Usually, when people subscribe, it's 20 to 30% off on the supplements and items. That's a great deal to subscribe, and you can get it. That's discount on top of whatever the discount is each month. But I made the decision to go with 50% off when you subscribe. Because I know you're going to love it, I know you're going to want it, and I want people that have been on the fence to get it. And I want to have that relationship with you where you stand with us into the future as a commitment, but it's a very light commitment. You can cancel anytime. We got 20,000 bottles in today. They said it's coming in today. So I talked to them this morning. It arrived in Fayetteville, Arkansas this morning. And they said, what sale do you want to do? Because I don't own or run it, but they call me a lot for advice. The guys at Figley, and I said, I want you to call it the Methylene Blue Mega Sale. And I want you to go back to buy 2 bottles, get 1 free that was so popular. But also buy 4 bottles, get 2 free. Subscribe today, get 50% off for life, but we'll only do this for a few weeks. So if you subscribe right now, it locks in your account for 50% off perpetuity. We're not going to do this coming up in a few weeks, maybe even sooner. But right now, if you subscribe, and then you don't just 50% off, you don't just get that. You get it held back so it never sells out. That is a deal of a deal. But, the number 1 rule of being a salesman is sell a good product. The number 2 deal is give people a good price and incentivize them to get in the door, because when you're selling something good, the only problem you got is convincing people to take action. So for the vast majority that never go get our Ultramethylene Blue or our incredible ultra strongest turmeric or the Shilajit or the Irish sea moss, these are all top certified, blow you away incredible health benefits. So get yours now at thealexjonesstore.com. And you can become a VIP for $30 a month. Cancel anytime. And you get $40 to spend in the store. You get special deals, special sales on top of everything. Another discount on top of it. And special offers sent to your email box just for you. Because we want a relationship with you, but you are the variable. You are the game changer. You decide whether we win or we lose. You decide whether this operation stays in the fight and stays in it strong. I am in your hands. I am committed to you. Our destinies are intertwined completely. I am as committed to you as I am to myself. So get yours now at thealexjonesstore.com.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. Defending the Republic from enemies, foreign and domestic, it's Alex Jones.
All right, I started telling you what was coming up and then just went off on a long rant about them coming over here. Terror attacks from all angles. They're going to activate the white supremacists, the black supremacists, the crime gangs, the Mexican mafia, the MS-13, the Antifa, the Black Lives Matter, the communist networks, that are really all ground level stuff, deep state, Soros, Palestinian worshipers, just all of it. That's coming up. Start the next hour. But Trump slams judge for preventing hardened thugs from being deported to Sudan. And it turns out the judge didn't even review who they were. Rapists, murderers, capital murderers, child molesters that aren't even citizens. And now it's blown up in the judge's face as this is coming out that he didn't even review who they were. I've got that coming up. Then we've got Senate votes to overturn California's electric vehicle mandate, banning gasoline engines and diesel. A major blow to climate change activists. That's huge. We've got, this is even bigger, Baja Commission releases report on childhood chronic disease, and it's worse than they were even saying previously with the government numbers. This is devastating information.
Nice work.
I'm going to read over that report. We've got Biden regime, more on how they hid the deadly COVID-19 vaccine, heart risk from the public, more from the Senate investigating all of that.
Fresh start for me and me own.
And so much more today. We also have a bunch of AI news that I've been stacking up.
Summer's coming soon.
For
soon the beating summer.
Really a week that I haven't hit yet that I'm going to be getting to, I promise, today. Also, Google releases mind-blowing AI video technology that will both amaze and worry you. It does. That's what Joe Rogan said to me last night. I didn't even know about this. So I need to hit that, and that'll go in with the whole AI section. I'll do the AI at 106 today. I will do it because now it's really built up, and I want to get some deep understanding to this because I've studied global philosophy, their mindset, I've studied the systems, the trends, and I know what they want to do with it versus where it's probably going to go, even if we don't affect it. It's obviously very complex. So I'll give you my take on that. Tomorrow's news today. Coming up at the 1 o'clock hour. Spend about 30 minutes on that. And as news breaks, we'll obviously cover it as well. And of course, Trump has launched or announced that he's going to do it. Does what he says he's going to do. 50% tariffs to begin with on the EU unelected commission. If you show today's show headline, the average person will see that and go, what? Yeah. Special live Friday show. As promised, Trump targets the EU Commission dictatorship with 50% tariffs.
Coming soon.
Did you know it is a plutocracy, a committee that forms a dictatorship? Yes. Doge discovers outgoing Biden administration stole $93 billion from the Department of Energy days before Trump was sworn in. Plus, Israel may strike Iran within days. And I want to explain something. This 93 is new. Every big agency they go into, they found $370+ billion given to John Podesta in the last 4 years as the head of the climate fund disappeared that in almost every case with no records, putting it in private bank accounts. Stacey Abrams got $2 billion for electioneering, totally illegal. And now we learn in the 76 days that Trump was president-elect. I mean, this started the day after the election. It was testimony in Congress yesterday.
Keep your heart warm and your home cozy.
That in those 73 days, $93 billion was sent out, and in most cases, no paperwork, no record, calling them loans.
Berries so plump and juicy.
I mean, how does the FBI, the way we have due process, and the Justice Department even identify it all? I mean, just
Firewood.
that.
Firewood.
I mean, remember, 20 billion of that 300 plus billion from the EPA Green New Deal slush fund was stuck in bank accounts with no names.
Keep your heart warm and your home
And federal
cozy.
judges have been trying to block. It's been overturned, but they just keep doing it. Finding out who has the bank accounts. I mean, folks, if you sell your car to somebody, it's over $10,000, and that's the old rules. It's even more scrutinizing now. Since Biden put in 87,000 more IRS agents. I mean, if you get a couple $1,000 tips digitally in a year, you get audited. I mean, that's what they did it for, to target the lowest level, hardworking, blue-collar people. Trump's and his big, beautiful bill getting rid of that. But power to tax, power to destroy. Imagine that if you say sell your car for $11,000, and the old benchmark with anything above 10 is a suspicious transaction. So you just get a cashier's check from the person, and you go stick it in your bank account. Doesn't matter if you got $1 million or doesn't matter if you have 10,000. They will report digitally to the government it's a suspicious transaction. But when $375 billion disappears, that was over 4 years, but they didn't appropriate for the last 2 years. And then we learned about $93 billion over here, and of course USA and all the rest of it. It's trillions, and even keeping track of it's hard for me to do. Just the big numbers. But I mean, again, this is too corrupt to fail in a way. It's too big. It's like the FBI, even with its personnel, and half of them are in on it.
Gave the old ox a handful
At some level.
Right.
It's a
Spat it in
guesstimation,
my
dead reckoning.
face and tried to carve me a new nipple.
From my sources in the FBI, that's what they all pretty much say. About half of them are worthless. Part of that's corrupt. Most of them are just lazy. That half that are worthless. And that's like a foot-tall baby trying to eat an elephant in one sitting. So I'm saying we're winning hearts and minds, and a lot of corruption is being exposed, and Trump's cutting a lot of the money off for future money, but that's quite a piggy bank. $375 billion, $93 billion, USA, most of the $50 billion a year disappearing. I mean, it's every agency. It is stratospheric. Yeah, where is the missing $100 billion in U.S. aid from Ukraine? They admit it's missing. Again, I forgot about that. Sorry, of the $300 billion, $100 billion at least stolen. And Zelensky said, it is not us. Most of it never came here, which is true. So I'm not defending him. That's one of his rare truths. So I'm going to get to that. So I just mentioned what's coming up. I want to hit the tariffs, but I'm going to get to that secondarily. Let's look at this. Now, this broke yesterday. They put the report out, and then it was in testimony early this morning. And as of the last break I checked, still this is not in the news. So you would think, somebody robs a bank, it's in the local news in a couple hours, but and you deposit a $10,500 check, you're under criminal investigation, basically. But you got $93 billion. And then even Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, who I love, doesn't even go far enough. It's like he has the Department of Energy auditor up there. And they're saying, yeah, in most of the cases, not even paperwork, these loans, we don't even know where they went. They certainly didn't get vetted. But here's the key. The $93 billion in Department of Energy loans is more than it's done in decades and decades in total loans. So it's criminal when in decades they didn't put out $93 billion in loans. That's what they called the $20 billion, put in random bank accounts out of the 300 and something billion from EPA in the Green New Deal. That's why Schumer's up there. We're going to die from carbon. We need the new Green Deal money to not be frozen. Well, they already stole hundreds of billions of dollars out of it. And they accelerated it as soon as he won. On November 4th, on November 5th, that's when they testified that it started. So literally running for the exits, and you'd think, Trump's coming in, he's going to investigate us. We better not steal anymore. No. Let's steal even more. So it is now hitting the news. Good. Senator Kennedy shocked by $93 billion in energy loans in 3 months before Trump took office. So in the 76 days, as I predicted, him being president-elect, they tried to accelerate World War III with Russia. They tried to accelerate the flooding of the borders. And you have that incredibly corrupt Granholm, remember the head of it, who lied to Congress and said, I don't have any investments in energy. Of course she did. I mean, these are just hardcore world record level criminals. And so it's starting to hit good. I was shocked when I searched and it wasn't there. Because this is insane. And again, in context, I want to show you some of this before we play this clip. $375 billion EPA slush fund handled by John Podesta gave billions to charities founded only months earlier. And then most of it got stolen again when Trump was president-elect again. Same thing. The order goes out, mass stealing. Remember the undercover video of OMG? Or was that Veritas? And they've got this one of the senior managers going, it was our job to hand out hundreds of millions. Once he was elected, we had to basically throw gold bars over the Titanic. And then I didn't realize in some cases it was actually gold. I thought that was a metaphor, and it was both. But I mean, wow. So, Biden admin altered $20 billion EPA slush fund just days before Trump inauguration. Sheldon found it went to private bank accounts with no names. Continued freeze on greenhouse gas reduction plan threatens climate investments in vulnerable communities across the country. And Trump buckled on this. Trump administration lives stop work on $5 billion New York offshore wind projects. That's not good. Democrats rip Trump ahead of meme coin dinner. Orgy of corruption. Him having his own meme coin is evil. And he wants us to be a strategic dominance with Bitcoin and crypto. And so that somehow is enriching him with a meme coin. It's ridiculous. It's like saying Trump wants to increase beef production to lower prices, and he sells steaks at his hotels. He'll get what? Trump's lowering gas prices, so he pays less at the pump. That's corruption. See that they're stealing trillions of dollars out in the open. And then they turn around and go, look, he's got a meme coin. Ha! Of course, in most cases, meme coins are art. People respect it. People like it. Most people get into it know that they're in a pump and dump and just, it's like gambling. They think, there's a bunch of people that know what's going on. They all know. And they're all just trying to screw each other. I think crypto's great, Bitcoin, that stuff. But, meme coins, what are people begging me to meme coins, and it'd be great for a fundraiser, but I just don't want to be in something where there's winners and losers. I mean, I guess I could do it and own most of it and always hold it, but I just haven't gone there. I probably should, because an actual real InfoWars meme coin or Alex Jones would actually. So what I'm saying with Trump, these are all very successful. But that's the corruption they've got. That's their big, ooh, look. Or, oh, look, they're giving the Air Force a plane because Boeing in 8-9 years can't deliver one. Yeah, and they gave us trillions of investment, too. I mean, what does that mean? The U.S. is the dominant world power. Everybody's betting on us. They know we're winning. If Qatar wants to give, the Border Patrol 5,000 armored vehicles with those strings attached, take them. We're the global dominant system. People send gifts to Pharaoh. When we weren't the dominant anymore, being sold out, everybody laughed at us. So that's the reality here. Yeah, Boeing can't even make the damn plane. And they've known Trump's been bitching about it for 8 years. They ordered it before he even got in 8 years ago. Just 9 years. Half our air traffic control systems are breaking down. I mean, it's, they're like, well, Starlink will help. Oh, no, Elon Musk, we can't use that. It's just the total dominant system. Got more satellites than everybody combined now. I'm sorry. Let's go to a little bit of the 8-minute clip. It's up on Infowars.com. I posted it on X, Real Alex Jones. But here's just some of Kennedy talking to the new head of the Department of Energy that just is doing this audit with Doge and what they found here in this.
Mr. Secretary, I want to go back to some of your earlier testimony and be sure I heard it correctly. The 76-day period you're talking about, that's the period between the time that President Trump was elected and President Biden left office. Is that right?
That is correct.
And during that short period of time, 76 days, how much taxpayer money went out the door of the Department of Energy?
From the Loan Program Office in loans and commitments, $93 billion. Well over twice as much as in the previous 15 years.
So how do you vet and do due diligence on a loan in 76 days? One loan, much less $93 billion. How do you do it?
I think it's probably pretty clear it wasn't done in many cases. As I mentioned, I'm told I'm holding back clearly in place stuff. There is lots of funds that have gone out the door and commitments that were made from businesses that provided no business plan, no numbers about their own financial solvency or how this project.
So you're telling me that the Department of Energy, in a 76-day period, before their boss was going to leave office, gave or loaned money to entities that had no business plan?
Correct.
No financials?
Correct. A number of those were not even before the 76-day period as well. I've come in with great concern about how this institution, this great American institution, has been run and how American taxpayer money has been handled. I'm sorry everyone's upset that we're taking some time to do it, but what we've seen, what the record shows...
I'm not upset. Could it be that a lot of people say you haven't returned your calls? Could it be that you and your colleagues have returned the calls, but the people calling just didn't like the answer? Could that be a possibility?
I'm not aware of that. I give my cell phone number to any senator that wants it, and I return my calls.
I mean, is your department gone dark? Somebody said your department's gone dark. Is it dark over there?
Fresh start for me and my own.
It doesn't look dark behind me.
I don't see any of you sitting on your hands. Somebody made that charge. I see everybody's hands. Let me ask you something else, Mr. Secretary. Does anybody ever come to the Department of Energy to get some of this free money and lie to you?
I have not experienced that, but I think it's a reasonable assumption that that has happened.
Does anybody ever come to you? Is it conceivable that some of these folks that heard about this free money came to you with a half-baked idea?
I think it's very conceivable. In fact, I've seen such plans that were half-baked would be charitable.
That didn't have a business plan, right?
Correct. A promise to develop one, to find a location.
Just give me the money and I'll develop a plan later.
Correct.
And now you're going back through, not money that's already been contracted. You're going back through and checking each one of these loans and these grants to make sure there was no stealing, aren't you?
We are.
Make sure there was no incompetence, aren't you? Is that correct?
We're looking at that, and yeah, my blood pressure is rising right now just thinking about what we have seen and what did happen.
And you're going to tell some of these boondoggles no, aren't you?
That's correct.
And they're going to be upset, aren't they?
That's correct.
And they ought to be upset, shouldn't they?
All right, let's stop right here. Here's the problem with this. It's criminal activity. It's more money than in decades the Department of Energy ever paid out for projects. In 76 days. It's criminal fraud. And again, there's so many examples of this. Remember the $45 billion? To put internet service in for, quote, underserved, disadvantaged communities. They didn't hook up one fiber optic cable in 4 years. That's what they wanted. They want to steal it all. Remember the 40-something billion again to put in electric chargers for cars, and they put in like 8 of them. And by the way, the number is much bigger. See, that headline's 42 billion internet program that's connected 0 people. In the last year of their administration, it came out in January as Biden was leaving that it was over 90 billion now. 90 plus billion. 91 billion. 91 billion to build 0. And that's another agency. So now you know why these crooks are so upset. All right, we're going to go to break. Come back with the communist leftists on the universities officially saying, kill more Jews. And Netanyahu will use that to turn up the heat and attack Iran for sure. And they're like, what's that to do with that? What's 9/11 to do with Iraq? It's the same deal. So, in the Iraq war. We're going to go to break, come back with all of that. Trump going after the EU, absolutely needs to be done. Parasitic, unelected tyranny. It's all coming up. Remember, at thealexjonestore.com, we are running the biggest sale ever on our #1, hands down, best-selling product, Ultra Methylene Blue, that cleans out your mitochondria, that gives you incredible health, energy. It's very, very strong. It's very, very powerful. Consult your physician before you take it. You should have some interactions with different medications. I guess SRIs, you need to talk to your doctor. They say, do not take it if you're on there. The point is, this is not a game. And it does amazing stuff to your body. It's like a similar thing to what iodine does in the cells, but beyond that. It's like iodine 2.0, basically is how layman terms put it. You can get 2 bottles already discounted at thealexjonestore.com and get the 3rd bottle free. You can also get 4 bottles already discounted and get 2 bottles free. And if you become a subscriber, for a limited time, it's 50% off on all your future orders in your account. normally 25% off a subscriber. Then it holds it back for you so it never sells out. Whether you get 1 bottle or 5 bottles or whatever, the point is become a subscriber at thealexjonesstore.com for the great supplements like methylene blue, Iris sea moss, osmium, and more. We'll be right back with hour number 2. Trump doesn't want you eating bugs. He wants you eating ribeye with lobster with him. Trump doesn't want big giant wars. That's stupid. No, Klaus Schwab and King Charles and Barack Obama want you eating bugs while they eat ribeye because they're feudalist, greedy, hateful, demonic trash. And you don't hate them enough. And you don't support the people fighting for you enough. I'm not saying that to everybody, but in general, you don't detest these people enough. And you don't love the people fighting for you enough. Because if you loved yourself, you would understand these people have a predatory hatred of you and your family. Just look at them. Look at Keir Starmer. Look at Macron. Look at these people. Look at Hillary Clinton. Just look at them. Look at George Soros. Look at Alexander Soros. Look. Their actions are pure evil, and they look like serial killers or something because they are. Did you let Alexander Soros babysit you?
Who's using the auger? I need to drill holes in the pegs.
Move that there, on and on. Oh, this is heavier than it looks.
Splendid work on the roof, good sirs. This is heavier than it looks. Just give me a hammer and something needs to stop moving. Where's my other mum? This is heavier than it looks.
Bring this here. Move that.
This is heavier than it looks.
Would like some words. Something good.
shy, good sirs and ladies. Just give me a hammer and something needs to not move. I'll put it in its place. Just give me a hammer and something needs to not move. Can I stay by the street? Gave the old ox a handful of months old brat. He spat it in my face and tried to carve me a new nipple.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun.
To change conditions. Revolution is armed struggle. Revolution is violence. Revolution is war. Revolution is bloodshed. And the duty of the revolutionary is to make revolution. Those are major accounts on X. Now, notice that these letters
Who approved
are
this
crazy.
construction plan? A blind man or a
For more
fool?
copycats
Or
and
perhaps
more
a blind
attacks
fool?
will happen, unfortunately. They love guns in their hands shooting unarmed people. That's armed revolution. But they want your guns and they want to defund the police so society collapses so they're the only ones with the guns. Very simple. And now you know why we got the 2A, ladies and gentlemen. I know you know, listeners, but we have a lot of new people tuning in that don't seem to understand that the Second Amendment is not about duck hunting or going to get you a nice buck. It ain't about shooting quail. Though that's delicious. I love bird hunting. One of my favorite things to do, never to do it. Lots of action. Carry a backpack. Plastic Ziploc. Worcestershire sauce. Red wine. Maybe a little A1 in there. Rip those breasts right out. Say thank you, birdie. And put it in the bag. And hunt for about 5 hours. And get back to the camp house and farmhouse. Get in there on that skillet or that grill and just cook up them delicious puppies. There ain't nothing better. But those guys will tell you that's animal abuse too, because they want you away from the land. They don't want you to know how to skin a buck or run a trot line. But no, the 2A is not about hunting. It's about you're a free person, whether you're black or white or old or young. And you got a right to defend yourself, your family, and your property with deadly force. against people like that when they try to attack. I'm not calling for violence against them, and I mean that. Do not offensively harm a hair on their disgusting heads. But understand, this is a formula. That's how I told you it was coming. It's the official Democrat Party plan. And I said the main detonator this summer is going to be the Palestinian movement. That's how they got it ready to go. And the team's ready to go. And the temperature turned up. And then a big migrant demonstration gets mowed down. And when it happens, people are going to say, how did you know that? I personally have seen over 100 talking points on national TV in the last 6 months saying Trump and Tom Mullen, you've seen, are going to kill and mow down with the military migrants. That would never happen. That's completely insane. But they're going to provide it. Just like I told you, they're going to start killing Jews. They're going to start. So the clock is ticking. Now, because we reach so many people, and because other people listen and have talk shows and then go do their own research and then repeat what I'm saying with their own perspective, we've gone from about an 80% chance this is going to be really bad this summer. You're going to have some stuff, you're seeing it, to about a 30% chance. So I want to be here in September, and I want to see no violence, but I just am hoping it's 3 or 4 synagogues and some 100 Jews that get mowed down. I'm hoping 0. Media don't spend that. And, they can only find up one crazy dude. Maybe he only shoots 3 illegal aliens or something. But, they got the white supremacist groups from that angle warmed up and brainwashed and ready to go. They won't do it. They'll there's some bad groups that'll do it themselves. Professionals. But they're going to get the white supremacists going. They're going to get the Palestinian groups going. They're going to get, a cop does something wrong, or they can say it's wrong. George Floyd 2.0. It's coming. And it was Obama the whole time with Trayvon Martin and, the Justice Department secretly hyping that up. So this is a big deal. I can go on for hours reading all this. But man, they are really calling for violence right now. And it is prolific. So we will continue to track that in great detail. All right. I've been telling you for a week that I'm going to get into AI, and more just keeps piling up. I'm going to do that first. Let me start the next hour. And then I'm going to get some really shocking, it's even worse than I thought, and painful news. But the good news is it's coming out, and that is MAHA Commission's report on childhood chronic disease. And it's just horrific and devastating. But admitting it's happening is the first step in stopping it. And I'm just beside myself thankful to God for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and all of you that supported him and all of our work, because he is an angel. And he is fearless, and he is working so hard. And they have done so much in just 126 days in that I am just, warms my heart. We had questions about Kennedy because he's before done some pandering to leftist ideas, carbon taxes and things, but he's been, I'd say, woken up more and radicalized by the truth and reality. I mean, I know he has. I'll leave it at that. He's a daily, at least when he was busy, listener. I'll leave it at that. And I just don't want to be a distraction. But the point is that this broadcast had a lot of effects on a lot of people. And it's exciting. And I'm very, very blessed and honored to have everybody from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Vladimir Putin. You name it, they listen. And, I've been personally invited over to Russia to meet with Putin years ago, and again recently. And I haven't done it because I think it would be a political distraction. But I'm not name dropping now. I'm trying to explain the influence of this broadcast is actually the bad guys know it. It's like the book's about. Now he wants to be president. So, but what the book's really about, why they're obsessed with me, is they're obsessed with you. And they cannot stand this focal point what we're doing. Speaking of that, I didn't plug one time this hour without you won't be here. Plus, we have incredible products. We got this big sale. It's going right now. It'll go for another week or so. Buy 2 bottles of Ultra Blue, get the third one free. Buy 4 bottles, get 2 free, and a discount on top of that. If you sign up as a subscriber, cancel any time, you get 50% off on all future orders. It locks you in at that cancel any time. But we've never done that before. This is the biggest sale ever. I want all of you on the fence to get it. Get your Ultra Blue now. There's some new supplements that I haven't gotten to yet now on the site. Be sure and check that out as well at thealexjonesstore.com. Trump doesn't want you eating bugs. He wants you eating ribeye with lobster with him. Trump doesn't want big giant wars. That's stupid. No, Klaus Schwab and King Charles and Barack Obama want you eating bugs while they eat ribeye because they're feudalist, greedy, hateful, demonic trash. And you don't hate them enough. And you don't support the people fighting for you enough. I'm not saying that to everybody, but in general, you don't detest these people enough, and you don't love the people fighting for you enough. Because if you loved yourself, you would understand these people have a predatory hatred of you and your family. Just look at them. Look at Keir Starmer. Look at Macron. Look at these people. Look at Hillary Clinton. Just look at them. Look at George Soros. Look at Alexander Soros. Look! Their actions are pure evil, and they look like serial killers or something because they are. Did you let Alexander Soros babysit your daughter or son?
Who they have their kids watch these psychotic videos on YouTube.
Psychotic?
All of the kids' content is psychotic. All of it.
There's no reason to show your kids that.
No. I'm not talking about the Elsa Gang stuff. I'm talking.
All right. They're rolling their sleeves up. All right, keep pushing. Roll their sleeves up. They're setting some money aside. They're getting some shit prepared. They're getting their affairs in order. Like, you keep poking, you keep prodding that person. And eventually when that person gets everything squared away, how both! You can't even understand it. You won't understand the way that a man who has nothing left to lose fights. Now, you other dipshits on the left-hand side, your shit's completely different. You're drug addicts, right? You're mentally ill weirdos. Your perception of reality is completely distorted. You're used to the government wiping your buttholes clean while throwing poisonous crumbs of Pop-Tarts down your stupid fucking toothless gullets while you do drugs and masturbate to gay porn. You fucking weirdos. And you're going to be pushed into a war that you can't even handle. You motherfuckers can't go 3 minutes without electricity. You're in so much trouble. You have no idea you're being pushed to. The Jews wear privilege hats and let blacks steal their hubcaps that they have to spare. Well, what about the WAPs? We gotta fed the WAPs. Cash and debt have been threatened, and so has the ones that they know they love. Deep state mind pressure target. That makes. I hope not, but that makes the most sense. This motherfucker mentioned, guys. A lefty burned down the Pennsylvania governor's mansion while they were in it. Nothing. And again, a fucking lefty blew up an IVF facility the other day. No one's talking. He firebombed. I think he blew up his car. The only casualty, thank God, was the dumb fucker that tried to blow up an IVF facility. The Tesla car bombings and the shootings of the fucking... This is insane!
So the summer of love is back, and we haven't even made it to Memorial Day. In the last few months, a healthcare exec was assassinated outside his hotel. Teslas started getting firebombed, IVF clinics torched. Oh, and they even tried to burn down governorship.
Yeah. As Asman has gone hardcore on immigration. He wants mass arrests and deportations. We're winning the argument, and that's why that other dude's so pissed. Fa. That's why that dipshit with the gay glasses and gay mustache. That's why he's so upset. Their ability to browbeat everybody with their call me politics and their call me talking points, all that other stupid shit, it's going out the window. It's going out the window. And by the way, I'm glad that he's doing it. I'm glad that he's taken a platform like Twitch and making a discussion about that platform of Twitch was completely captured by lefty numbnuts, man. The people who own it, I think it's actually owned by Amazon, but the person who runs it's a fucking gay dude, gay lefty dude, I think, who's way into lefty politics. So everybody who's a big star on there, and they're not talented. Again, it's going to sound really weird, but like when you're one of the guild leaders for a World of Warcraft game at Asmongold's level, it's because he's talented. It's because the guy's got an intelligence. So he was actually there because of people are watching what he's doing, and because he knows what he's talking about. So he built an audience, a huge audience, off of this Warcraft stuff. And so he kind of circumvented the political gatekeeping on that platform. That Hassan weirdo he's AstroTurf, and he's manufactured. His uncle is the fat piece of shit on the Young Turks. Like, that guy's content wouldn't be viewed outside of that political bubble, that political landscape. They're all a bunch of pro-kids. Sounds like it's movies. My son movies, obviously my wife. I don't know if anybody else is doing it. So everybody on that platform, it's like Reddit. Reddit is just full of the world's most unfuckable monsters who are mentally ill looking for bias confirmation for their stupid political ideology. That's Reddit in text form, and Twitch is Reddit in video form. And so if ADL gets that dude kicked, if the ADL gets that Hassan dude kicked off of Twitch, he's toast. Because he ain't gonna make it on any other platform. Because he's not talented. He sits there and he eats fucking food while watching watching videos. Shut up, it's different.
Political violence, Democrats don't think it's a good idea. Only Republicans.
She's on arrest. She's under arrest. There's no way you could say that. She's going to cite some bullshit Harvard study that Republicans on the left could do dangerous, everybody. The world has the ring to rule them all. He's the NPC king. He's all these other. Glad to see you fixed your ceiling bird. Get tinderbox. I don't know if I'm being fucked with. I don't know if I'm being fucked with. Yeah, no, I got rid of the button because, again, I can't tell you how many messages. Like, I thought I was going to get a bunch of messages because I was shitting on Cash and Dan Bongino. No messages, really. That fucking button, holy shit. Message after message. I got a lot of messages of upsetting people's dog. The guy said his dog almost ran through a plate glass window. And I was like, that's definitely it. That was it. You should watch the Nuxenor series on Hassan Piker. It's great. Thanks, Marine Rebel. The drive-by media needs political ambush. Oh, shit, guys. I did a short on that. So, what's happening in Palestine? And what's happening in Ukraine? What's happening in all of these places where the globalists are turning these places into hamburger hills? It's going to come here. It's going to come here. And the game plan is always the same. The rhetoric is always the same, by the way. The exact talking point. This is why Yuri Bezmenov was telling you about the terminology they use today in 2025 in 1980. In 1980. Because it all comes from the same playbook. Let's go down to Chicago.
Why wouldn't I speak to Black Chicago? Why wouldn't I? Black Chicago and Black people in America have borne the brunt of the type of policies and the maneuvering and the humiliating tactics that are coming from the federal government right now.
When did we get rid of Jim Crow? When was Jim Crow? And by the way, I thought affirmative action was to fix Jim Crow, right? So affirmative action didn't fix. We already discriminated against white people. We already did. How much longer are we going to do that for, by the way? Because affirmative action. Oh, affirmative action did it. So now we need DEI. Now we need to do it. Now we need to just double down even more, right? Now we got motherfucking mayors saying, "Of course I hired black people only. Of course I discriminated against." Listen, was there discrimination in the past? Yes. Was there systemic discrimination at the state level, at the federal? Yes. Yeah. And everybody agreed that it was bad. Everybody agreed that it was wrong. Everybody. And this is where you come into a real interesting situation, because you look at how you're being positively reinforced in situations like this. So let's do a brain exercise. Right? Again, this is an exercise. This is like it's like a quality experiment. Let's think out loud for a second. Let's say that you're part of a generation and you're being raised and you're being told, look at all of these past discretions. Look at these things that happened in the past.
We all know what that means.
They were discriminated against. They were exiled. They weren't allowed into the country. The Chinese Exclusion Act. They weren't hired in some places because of racial discrimination.
Summer's coming soon.
That's bad. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. All right. So we're not going to do that anymore. Right. Let's not do that. Let's not discriminate against anybody based on their skin color. Okay, I'm on board with that. We'll even throw a little bit of affirmative action in the direction of the people that we're discriminated against. But let's build a better America moving forward, and let's make sure that we don't discriminate against everybody. And that generation is raised that way. And you go, yeah. And then as that generation gets older, that generation then watches a bunch of people now born after that, by the way, after that demarcation line, where everybody was supposed to be on board with let's not discriminate. Let's make sure everybody is hired on merit and everyone's got equal footing. Now it turns around. Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you, you stupid generation of non-racists. You stupid assholes. Now we're going to be racist towards you. Hold on a second. I thought we all agreed that discriminating based on skin color was bad and using the government to do it was even worse. Yeah. No, fuck you, eat shit and die, you fucking colonizer. Do you think that group of people is ever going to tell another generation to let their guard down? You think that group of people, you think that generation is ever going to sit there and go, well, hold on a second. We should put up with that. And we should take it. Some white chicks will. But I'm telling you right now, you're creating a whole bunch of motherfuckers who are like, okay, I see how this is going. You're going to make people be racist. You want racism? You want racism on steroids? Because that's how you get racism on steroids. That's what you think, bro. What kind of cancer did your dad pass from? Don't mean to get all personal and stuff. I really don't want to talk about that something. That's super personal. I mean, white separatists, not supremacists. White separatists, not supremacists. I would like to be an American supremacist. I'd like to be surrounded by people who have the same ideas and the same hopes and dreams of this country, and same principles that made this place worth breaking into. But boy, that's gonna be real tough, especially when you've got culture telling black people that every single one of those aspects that made this place great, all those founding principles, are racist and white supremacists. What is smooth brains like Moss Piker? Moss Piker. Yeah, walk right into that one. Don't get about this. Oh no, he listen. That dude's a total racist. Hassan Piker's a total racist. These people are all racist towards white people. Hassan Piker, the Turks dude, Kasparian, every group on this planet has preferential treatment for their in-company kind. Jews prefer Jews. Arabs prefer Arabs. Muslims prefer Muslims. Nobody prefers German people, but the French prefer French. Well, then you supposed to. Well, in Western civilization, that's been attacked, and you're supposed to embrace diversity. But all of these places that are diversifying us, fuck no. Fuck no. Shit, no diversity. Most places, they'll fucking kill you if you're not the same tribe. It's only white people who are being told that you're not allowed to have preference. And so, yeah, so he's just doing, Songmaker knows that he can make money as long as he regurgitates these protected talking points that lead towards stealing shit from fucking society. As long as he continues on the rails of communism and continues to try to break highly complex situations down into real stupid, dumb people binary, he'll keep doing it. So anyway, here you've got a mayor of a major metropolitan city. There's millions of people in Chicago. And he's saying, I can't believe you're going to get on me because I only hire black people.
Front of the type of policies and the maneuvering and the humiliating tactics that are coming from the federal government right now. It's not a secret. Who is going to be mad at the fact that we have to prioritize spaces in the city that have been harmed the most?
There you go. Well, the Civil Rights Act, I guess, maybe? I don't know. How wild is that? We don't want to rule them. We want them gone. I think if you don't like this, if you don't like this country and you're here as a visitor, you better shut the fuck up. You better shut the fuck up. If you're here and you hate this country, I think we should help you leave. We should help you. This is the best place on the planet. You are lucky to be here. And if there's something that you don't like, you can actively work towards make something better. But you don't get to attack this country. You don't get to help import people that hate this country. You don't get to facilitate and foment people to shoot people in this country that you don't like politically. Shit. But here you again. We have fostered open racism in this country towards white people. Open racism. And by the way, he's discriminating against Asians and Mexicans. He's discriminating. He's like, I'm only going to hire black people. Did you run on that? Did you run on, I'm only hiring black people? And how dare you investigate me for only hiring black people? Black people have been harmed the most in Chicago. Well, how? How have black people been harmed the most in Chicago? My family used to live in Chicago. Oh, shut up. Chicago. My family used to live in Illinois. And then they had to leave. My family was like, shit, we gotta go. I think my family was, hire my family, asshole. So I missed the beginning of the stream. I've been getting a house ready for my son's graduation party this summer. Hey, congratulations to your son. No trip down and watch my mother-in-law's parrot this weekend. Oh, no, missed opportunity. Sorry, Giddy. Salt's flowing, Dana. Thank you so much. There is, there you've got, what's happening in South Africa. By the way, Donald Trump is a fucking savage. Donald Trump brought these African leaders down, said, you guys should probably stop murdering white people down there. And they said, we're not murdering white people. And then he played a bunch of videos of South Africans screaming, let's kill white people. This has all played out. The exact fucking thing has already played out. Just because the Jews owned the slave ships and the slave sales dumped during Jewish holidays. I just saw somebody else talking about that. They didn't sell slaves on Jewish holidays. Doesn't mean it's a Jewish country. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Brandon Johnson's hiding behind racism because he takes care of illegals more than blacks. That's true. That's true. Wait till the blacks find out that they're being sold out to Honduras. Zimbabwe. Son of a bitch. I don't know what the music rules are on this. We'll just turn that off. But you got a shithole. It's a shithole. I'm sorry. Where outside of Egypt on that continent was it not a complete shithole? Actually. And so anyway, now Cecil Rhodes is going to come in. Oh shit! Turn that music down. Hey Zimbabwe, what's going on? And of course, Cecil Rhodes is the devil. Hello, chaps. Fucking savages. I'm here to keep a brother down, and these guys should be way skinnier. Show me. You go find me a fucking African tribe where they're that fat. Oh shit! Don't turn! No! Stop it! Stop it! You son! There you go. fucking medicine, son of a bitch! Oh no, son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! And then what happened? This cartoon. Guys, how do we get this on PBS? How do we get this on PBS? So then Zimbabwe, which becomes Rhodesia, turns into a place where people can live. People can live. And then they say, well, you're a racist. And you stole this land. You stole this land. Now, I'm not for stealing. Obviously, Abe, I'm not for stealing. When you're the Dutch, and you come to this place 400 years ago, and there's 12 people, and they're starving on the fucking land, and you say, hey, we'll grow some food here. And then you make it was that the highest cost of living? Who had... Name another place on that continent that had a better quality of life. I'm talking about even the people under apartheid. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there is a place. Maybe one of these other African countries had a better quality of life than South Africa. But I'm thinking quality of life now real bad. And everything that's happening has already happened. So anyway, so then, all of a sudden, all of the people who would have been dead, by the way, if Cecil Rhodes didn't civilize this place. Oh shit, what's that guy's name again? Mugabe? Mugabe comes in. And Mugabe doesn't come in on his own. He's obviously paid by somebody. Some entity puts Mugabe in charge. And then Mugabe kills all the white people. Takes all of the land and kills all the white people. And then everybody fucking starves. Everybody fucking starves. Except for Mugabe, by the way. Put a doorbell sound on the board to make dogs go nuts. John, thanks, man. That might get people arrested. They're all going to die. You're all going to die in South Africa. You're all going to die. Black people are going to die. Everybody's going to die. Everybody's going to die. And there's this video in Zimbabwe where a farmer comes back. He comes back to Zimbabwe. And all of these Zimbabweans... We don't say Zimbabwe, by the way. Sorry, I fixed that. Rhodesia. This guy goes back to Rhodesia. It's fucking dumb. Dumb.
Summer's coming soon.
White. No.
Soon.
No. Shit, no. No, Whitey. No. You feed this country, and this country was completely on its way to falling in on itself. And being a blank slate. That's when you should have gone back. When there was nobody there but hyenas. There's people still here. You feed them.
Something needs to not move.
You start producing wealth again, and they will kill you. They just showed you this. You can't. And that's what I'm telling you with people like they're telling you, we're going to kill you. Okay. Right. We produced the least racist generation of all time. And that least generation of racists of all time was met with, fuck you, we'll kill you. Okay, well, I don't think that generation will ever make that mistake again. So, just, again, I was part of the least racist generation of all time. But I noticed, yeah, this is some fuck around, find out biblical. This is good. You're all going to die. This is your Samsky, thank you. You idiots are all going to starve to death. You're all going to starve to death. And oh man, this is if you don't understand that this vanguard of lefty mentally ill people is meant to kill us. They are way deep into this already. They are revving up, mobilizing, maybe even arming a group of stupid fuckers to use against the American public that don't want to go with the communist agenda, the globalist agenda, the socialist agenda, whatever dumb, stupid fucking thing you want to call it, because it keeps changing names. The climate change agenda. Any agenda where it steals money from me to do something that will kill me, fuck that noise. Whatever you want to call it. Watch this. Watch it. This will give you some understanding of how absolutely monstrous and devoid of any humanity that the type of person who watches The Daily Show has. And again, the person who watches The Daily Show is the same dumb fuckers who watch Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel and these other really stupid fucking nonsense. But they're going to talk about African farmers. And of course, The Daily Show with a history, a legacy of Fifi's and about marginalizing the person people. They're going to take the side of the white Africans. You're going to be shocked. You're like, oh my God, I didn't see this. They took the side of the white Africans. No, fuck no, of course not, idiot. No, it's The Daily Show. This audio is really low. It's really low. You might not hear it. I can tell you, anybody who's got headphones on, they're laughing in the audience. Donald Trump is showing pictures of families being murdered. They are being murdered because of their skin color. And everybody who's white, by the way, is guilty of stealing land 400 years ago. So even if you're a poor white person in South Africa right now, you're still a colonizer and you're still a Nazi and you should still die. Well, hold on a second. You're poor. It doesn't matter if you're poor. You're white. And every white person is a racist because white people took this land over 400 years ago. There was nobody there 400 years ago. There was a handful of dying people. The only reason why you're there now to kill these white people is because white people fucking fed you generations ago. You wouldn't have been there if Cecil Rhodes didn't land. Cecil Rhodes, if the Dutch didn't come to South Africa, you would not be there to kill them today. How's it escaping you? It's one thing if you steal land and then shit on it. It's another thing if you steal land and then create something that prospers humanity. Slightly different. Slightly different. You would say colonizers like the bad guys, and I would say pioneers, boys. Thanks, bro. Where's Mrs. O'Rourke's house? I'll start flat. Where's that? But anyway, don't laugh.
Bring this in, move that there.
Hey, bring that piece over here.
This is going on in South Africa, which of course means there is no white genocide happening in South Africa.
Which of course means there's clearly a white genocide. See how that works? Donald Trump said something, he's stupid. Oh, Donald Trump's stupid. He's so stupid, so if he says it, it's wrong. Oh, there is no white genocide in South Africa, guys. This is what they're laughing at this. It's funny to them. They care so much about the Palestinian kids, boys. They care so much. Not so much about white kids who are dying. That's weird. It's a weird thing. There is a clip of Western Lensman put it together the other day, and it's just news station after news station. It's the Mockingbird Media. You guys would know it as Mockingbird Media, and every single outlet in unison, all at the same time, regurgitating the same talking point. Ambush! 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 And by the way, it's not just video, by the way. That's what went out to all of the print media. And so you've got right on cue every single article out there. Ambush, 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 ambush. Donald Trump, ambush, ambush. Wow. That's a very interesting. It's almost like we've got CIA Mockingbird Media talking points.
To the dramatic scene in the Oval Office today, the tense confrontation, President Trump ambushing the president of South Africa.
Next, another Oval Office meltdown, President Trump ambushing the president of South Africa.
President Trump is being accused of conducting something of a diplomatic ambush of South Africa's president in the Oval Office.
To be with you.
Degree an ambush. Well, multimedia ambush. What started as, to some degree, an ambush. Well, Katie, I mean, it wasn't ambush.
Ambush.
Ambush. Ambush.
An ambush.
Ambushing.
Ambush and ambush.
Western Lensman put that together. Ambush, 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 ambush. But it's totally not happening. Yeah, what? No, it's totally happening. Why would you need this absolute unified front in ambush? Ambush. And what's so hard? I don't even understand what's so hard to understand over here. What is so hard? What is so hard? It's very simple. You got a communist overthrow of this place, and the communism is a weapon. By the way, they revved up black people to overthrow and steal from the white people who are producing food in an attempt to blow this place the fuck up. They're going to lower the value of China is taking over Africa. China and the BRICS nations. You had a bunch of Western civilization countries inside of Africa, Belgium and France, and all of these places. They're all gone now. And who's coming in? It's the Chinese, it's the Russians. They're going to strip mine the fuck out of the place. And they want to do it for the cheap. And the best way to do it for the cheap is you kill all the white farmers. Kill all the white farmers. You tell the black people of 2025 that Dutch farmers of 400 years ago robbed you, and that's why you're eating fucking dirt right now. No. South Africa has taken saying, bite the hand that feeds you to extreme level. They're all going to die. Caffeine junkie. They're all going to die, and they're all going to get what they deserve. Yeah. And any white person that stays there, get out. Get out. And they're trying, by the way. Here's Taylor Hansen went down again. You guys got way more balls than I would never go anywhere near. Fuck
Who's
that
using the
entire
auger?
continent.
I
I
need to
wouldn't go
drill
to
holes
motherfucking
in the peg.
Madagascar. Fuck you. Leave me this shit alone. Hell's no. Hell's fucking no. Fuck you. Anyway. This woman and her husband over here, they're being carjacked. They're being carjacked. Now here's the problem. They're white. It's all, they recorded the whole thing. Look at this car. It's trying to jump in front of them and get them to stop. And once you stop, God help you. God help you. I just put it that way. God help you. God help you. You'll be lucky if they just kill you. Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? You're lucky if they just kill you. So I would not stop. And this guy ain't stopping either. Just like in Boston, it's the first time ever want to go back into the corner. Which great, thanks, bro.
There we go.
Yeah, she's recording. So the guy's like, fuck this. I'm going to drive to, look at it. They keep trying it. They keep trying. Look, it keeps coming back. Keeps coming back. He gets to a police station. Again, the problem here is you're white. What's the police station do? The police station lets the carjackers get this guy. I swear to God.
Does that roof look straight to you? Or does it have a certain jaunty angle?
These are the carjackers. They're letting them in. The police station lets the carjackers. Yeah, so the poor woman's like, you got guns, you're trying to carjack us. They're right there. Arrest them. No, we're not going to arrest them. No. We're going to let them in. Paul, what? What are you doing? Are you recording this?
The guy pulled a gun on me. What are you doing?
Now he's made the mistake of recording the police letting the carjackers into the police station. Holy shit. Should the government start giving the Hawaiians back the land? Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, they're too busy giving it to Oprah Winfrey and other people. They're still in that. They stole Maui. With that fire. Love you since 2020. Thank you, Flower Goddess. Take this money right now. The instant you have a fantastic weekend, you salty son of a bitch. Sebs, thanks, brother. Thank you. So, here you go. Here you go. The dude's now been arrested. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe that you beat up a carjacker. How dare you beat up a carjacker? Guys, holy shit. Get out of there. They're trying, by the way. Taylor Hanson is trying to get these people help. Look at this. Look at this. So instead of protecting them, the police, they did nothing. What followed was an assault inside the station by the hijackers. So the South African police, they allowed the hijackers into the building. They beat up the fucking husband. They took his phone. And then the police, they're going to arrest the family now. That was almost carjacked and beat up in the police station. They tried to kill the husband. They've got repeated death threats. Armed men show up to their home now. Ongoing legal intimidation. So her husband, also a victim of the original attacks, now facing criminal charges. Criminal charges. If he's convicted, he'll be imprisoned. And then they told the woman, well, because of the legal issues, that you're clearly suicidal. They're setting this family up for murder. They're going to murder this family and say, well, listen, they committed suicide because they attacked cops. It's all on video. It's all on video. They fucking recorded it. Guys, that's Taylor. Go to Taylor Hanson's account, and can you guys amplify this? Can we get some motherfuckers rescued? They so pissed off at 59 South Africans getting out of this country. Can we get another family out of this country, please? Right? Can we get these guys want to go to work, right? They want to go to work. They want to not get murdered in this shithole of a fucking country. They trying to get out. So that's our boy Taylor Hanson over here. Fuck you, Taylor USA. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're going to kill that family. They're going to kill that family. What are you talking about? There's no racism in South Africa. Not for you white motherfuckers. Not for you white motherfuckers. Really? Oh. Because they're not hiding it. I mean, listen, right? It's an ambush. It's an ambush, you bigots. Right? South Africans love their cracker honkies. No, they don't. Here's that South African president that was ambushed in the White House. I'm loving these ambushes, by the way. I'm loving these ambushes. One of those dipshits was like, oh my God, just like Zelensky, the president of South Africa was ambushed. I want more ambushes. I voted for ambushes. Voted for them. Demand more. Question of land. Again, the audio is really low. He says, the question of land. The question of land that belonged to our forefathers and our foremothers. Okay, where's this going? Must return.
To our people without any fail and without any payment of compensation.
There you go. That's the dude. He was just in the white. That's the guy who was ambushed. He was ambushed. The land of our forefathers needs to be given back to us. Who's us, by the way, dude? Who's us? You got a turtle in your fucking pocket? Who's us? I played a video last stream of all these black people of different tribes in this area. Well, should it go back to us? Should it go back to them? Should it go back? It's just like the Native American thing. You can't give America to the Cherokees. You know why? Because the Cherokees hated the Arapaho, who hated the Navajo. who are murdering the Blackhawks. I mean, it's like, you can't just, it doesn't make it, again, everything's so fucking complex. And it gets, only communism would boil such a complex fucking issue down to all the whites are bad and all the blacks are good in this situation. It's complex. It's complex. But it's not that complex. We got to take the land from the honkies and give it to some black. You got to be some level of black and no compensation. Bleeps definitely do the bleeping. Thanks, bleep. But no, they're definitely not. They listen. We would only steal your land. We're going to take the land back without compensation. So you're going to steal it. Yeah, we're going to steal it, but we're stealing it back. We're stealing it back. Somebody made a real good point. You come to South Africa 400 years ago, and you build farms. You build industry. After 400 years, you're still not an African. You're still not a South African, and they'll steal your fucking land. You break into my country today, I got to give you all types, every level of due process. You're a murdering rapist who just jumped over my border. You are now entitled immediately to everything a citizen whose family stepped off the fucking Mayflower here. Like, that's wild. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any. Well, I mean, it's commie. It's commie logic. It's commie logic. And no, we'll kill you. By the way, the Zimbabweans are eating fucking elephants. Look at this. They killed 200 elephants in Zimbabwe because they out of fucking food. They out of food. Hey, South Africa, here you go. You motherfuckers ain't even got African elephants in South Africa. Fuck no. You guys are going to have to swim out into the fucking water and get a shark. Oh, wait. That sounds like a bad idea. It's very simple to see where this is going to go, and where it's going to go is that you're all going to end up dead. You're all going to end up dead. And again, it's always the same. They're colonizers, so it's okay that we take their land. It's okay that we take it. Hey, there's no race laws against whites. Well, the dude says that they're going to take the land back. Yeah. But that's got to go through judicial review. I just saw your judicial review. I saw white motherfuckers making the mistake of going to a black police department in South Africa thinking that they would get help. No, it's very clear what's going on over there. I don't trust your fucking judicial system. No. Listen, I'm not just stealing land. There's a whole judicial review to go through. Yeah, fuck your judicial review. No. This place, and by the way, this place, here's how fucked this place is. Half of you motherfuckers were already dependent on state welfare. Half of you you're all dead. You're all dead. You're all dead. You're all fucked. You're all fucked. It's only going to get way worse. And the mainstream media press is telling everybody, well, listen, it's not that whites are disproportionately killed in South Africa. They kill a few black farmers too. I don't give a fuck. When they kill black farmers, they're robbing the black farmers. You got a crime issue. When they're killing white farmers, it's because the government has said, those motherfuckers are open game. You're not going to get in trouble if you kill those people. The government is saying, we're going to take their land no matter what. So if you want to go ahead and rob them first and kill them, it just makes taking their land so much easier. The government has put a target on white farmers. Any reasonable person could see that through their own words, by the way, you're taking their land without compensation. I don't care what flowery language you put around that. That's the end game. And stadiums screaming, kill the white fucking farmer. It's easy to see what's going on over there. It's not difficult. And then Daily Show tells you that they're definitely not doing it. So then I know that they definitely are. It's stupid. They'll eat each other. Oh, fuck. Cannibalism will be back on the menu. I hear you. Oh, yeah. South African blacks are Bantu and not from South Africa. They genocided the indigenous. So I guess that's what they were arguing about, Injun. This lady was like, well, who does the land go back to? Does it go back to the Bantu? And this guy goes, well, no, it goes back to this person, the Afridi or some shit like this. And then goes, well, hold on a second. Before the Afridi were here, these guys were here. Okay, well, and then it gets to the point where it goes, well, we're just going to give it to black people, right? It just has to leave the white people. Just, white motherfuckers can't have the land. Right? So it starts there. That's where it starts. Right? We take it from the white people. But then all of the black separate tribes, y'all are gonna fucking kill each other over that. No one's gonna be growing shit on that land. No one's gonna be growing shit because they're all gonna be killing each other. It's so stupid. It's all part of their plan. Let the Africans starve to death, then take over the whole place. I'm telling you, that's what China's plan is. Top Gunner. Oh yeah. That place is completely full. China has already pre-positioned itself to be the world's manufacturer of electric vehicles and batteries and all things that run off of batteries. So everything, fucking batteries, guys, fucking batteries. And so, in order for China to reach the ability to make all of these batteries that they want to make, they got to take over Africa. They got to take it, and they can't pay for it, by the way. They just got to take it, right? And so once they do that, then they can take their slave labor force, turn it into cheap batteries, and get everybody hooked on it. And you got everybody hooked on fucking batteries. Yeah, this is why they want to get rid of your gasoline car. This is where this is why you don't have fossil fuel regulations over there because they already have communism. But it's for us over here because they're trying to lay down the fact that you can't. There will be no alternative to batteries. This is where all this shit's coming from. And so yeah, they're gonna take over Africa, rip that place apart, and then try to put an EV noose around us. Did you see? They already canceled that fucking electric charger. I mean, holy shit, guys! We knew that thing was gonna be we knew that it wasn't gonna sell. I don't think anybody. I'm gonna go through the chat logs. Not a single one of us said this motherfucking thing is dead in 5 months, guys. They have already stopped production. You can order one, right? And they'll go round one up that's already made.
Come on.
And but they are not going to mass produce electric fucking chargers anymore. That fucking thing died in 5 months. Holy shit, that's crazy. That is crazy. You love to see it. Do love to see it, boys. Do love to see it. Anyway, I just know that I'm going to sleep well tonight, knowing that you lefties won't sleep well tonight. I hope you all get fucked. All right, let's end with our favorite dipshit. This motherfucker will not stop talking about Trump. I love how much Trump is up this dude's dick. We are 15, 20 years out from him making fun of her. Motherfucker in Ireland, and motherfucker still talking about Trump.
And absolutely loving it. Hold, please. Hold, please.
Hold, please. What?
Yeah, so what else?
Did you just take a phone call? That's wild. Well, it was her doctor, boys. She had to find out if the barnacles on her vagina were AIDS, monkeypox, or good old-fashioned barnacles. And it's a little bit of all of the above, allegedly, of course. Don't want to know.
This is new. Politically, things are horrible in the United States.
How?
So upsetting.
What are you talking about?
Everywhere you turn.
No. What are you talking about?
And now with Joe Biden diagnosed with prostate cancer, the Trump family can't resist taking shots at him. What a cruel bunch of humans they are.
You were lied to for 4+ years. They ran a dude who had terminal cancer for a second term of the presidency. You're not at all mad at the people that lied to you? Donald Trump Jr. is mean. You got manipulated and worked like a fucking pretzel, you dumb fat bitch. No matter that.
It's really hard to believe that this man is the president of the United States.
No, it's not.
Yet he is, And
Please,
I'm just
it's
hoping
too much
that
winning.
we can get him out as soon as possible, hopefully before June 14th. Now, I don't know that that's possible, but that's when he wants to have this massive $90 million military parade for himself.
It's for me. It's for MAGA. It's for our victory. It's for our country. It's for Flag Day, you stupid fucking cunt. You guys are so insane. You should be more concerned about your own health, you fucking monstrous diabetes ruled piece of shit.
Just give me a hammer and something, mate. Not move.
So bad.
Well, MAGA, you got everything you wanted, right?
I did.
Finally won the war on woke.
Yes.
Trans people can't play sports anymore.
Good.
The government will only recognize 2 genders now,
Awesome.
male and female.
Love it.
The federal employees can't put their pronouns in their email signature anymore.
Good. That's stupid.
DEI is all but dead.
Fantastic.
Those elitist, woke, liberal universities are losing all of their federal grants.
Donald Trump is kicking Harvard right in its cunt. It's fucking great. That dude is just beating the shit out of Harvard. And dude, delicious. But anyway, please, this sounds like an ad. Yeah, this sounds great. What else you got for it?
And some contracts. Elon Musk is taking his chainsaw to the government and firing half of the
You're
federal
welcome.
workforce. Donald Trump is going to bulldoze Gaza and turn it into a beachfront golf resort.
Okay.
People lost their student loan forgiveness.
Awesome.
You finally got all those tariffs and the tit-for-tat trade war with our closest allies that you wanted so damn badly.
Yes.
Hell, you even got your plastic straws back in the Gulf of America to boot.
You're right. Anybody who needed a pick-me-up, there you go. Yeah, thank you, homosexual man with lispy voice.
So, are your lives better now?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Were you expecting me to say no? No, it's better. This is great. I've had a great 160 plus days. I'm blown away. I'm sitting there going, wow, shit. I didn't think I would get anywhere near 100% of what I like. This is all, I voted for all of this. It's great. The Gulf of America is like a fucking cherry on the top. I didn't vote for that, but I fucking love it. It's great. You gonna cry like a little bitch? Is your pussy hurt? Huh? So what's going on? So,
all that stuff that you were complaining about for the last 4 years.
Yes.
Any of it better? Is
Yes.
your life more affordable?
Yes.
Can you afford groceries?
Yes.
Healthcare, childcare, new car,
yes,
mortgage, rent,
yes,
insurance.
Yes.
Any of that better?
Yes, it is. Yeah, my eggs were way fucking cheaper. Gas is cheaper. Dude, what fucking planet do you live on? Do you live inside Rosie O'Donnell's pussy barnacle? Ew. If anything, but yes. Yeah, I'm not in a left-wing echo chamber where we circle jerk and masturbate about all this fucking fear porn you guys are all upset about. Go outside, idiot. Undeniable rhetoric on the left. It's not happening, but it's great that it is. It's really cool self-theory. Thank you, man. I love the ambushes too. I know, I'm greedy. Pure blood white devil. I want more. I want Trump to build a pit in the Oval Office and kick these fuckers in like King Leonidas. There you go. Yeah, I dare you come here to the Oval Office, insult my wife, kick him right in the cunt. Thank you guys for being here tonight. We're gonna hit the eject button. Have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. I will see you on Sunday to cap that bad boy off. Until then, stay safe, stay salt, stay strapped. Thank you so much to the mods, Spawn Saltinator, Salty D, Alien Testosterone, Jim Russell, Kelsey Cade, Cotton Ministries, Rapid Alaskan, Adrian, CEO, Supreme Shrew, Gospel Nugs, Infected Reality 101. Thank you guys for moderating this madness as we cruise through Clown World at warp speed. Motherfucker's gonna eat an elephant. Oh my God, I love women's basketball for all the wrong reasons. First Amendment tees, thank you, Tyler, Dream Cream, Fight Force, Chepo Team, KIR Ammo, and Necroland. Thank you guys for keeping us Google AdSense free on the web zones page because Google is out. If you're looking for Salty Army owned small businesses, you need bullets or shirts, soap, comic books, you need Necroland. Help these guys out. These are small businesses owned by our community. And this chick, I love how dumb this stupid bitch is. This entire league is so fucking stupid. She wants to be paid NBA money. I demand, give me that NBA money. Why? I'm just as good. I'm better than the man's is. I'm better than LeBron. Okay. 2 points. Holy fuck.
Bench. Cardoso with the miss. Angel Reese picks it up, what she's good at. Getting another offensive rebound. She says, give me that. How about another? Persistence trying to pay off. Jones gets a piece. Angel Reese won't give up. Jones with another block.
Lucky. Fuck. I am not here to denigrate high school basketball teams at all. So don't take it the wrong way when I say high school basketball is better than this. Again, I'm not a weirdo lefty, so I'm not watching high school basketball. I'm like a high school kid or anybody involved. I remember playing high school basketball. It was bad. I didn't see anything like that. If you did shit like that at my high school, you would be mocked relentless. You would never show you would move. You'd be like, Dad, Dad, gotta move. Son, why? I suck at sports. I'm so bad at sports. Okay. The dad would be like, okay. All right, let's go. The dad would understand. I've been worried about South Africa for years now. That seems to have been media blackout over there. People have been talking. Yeah, well, our media's been blacked out, Madison. But I know about South Africa for a while now, for years. But it's going to get way worse. Now it's going to get way worse. And now our media protecting the people who are stealing and murdering people based on their skin color. That means it's going to get even worse. Or sucks. Government jobs are Black's gateway to the middle class. Nowhere else is sloth and companies so richly rewarded for government jobs. Well, to be fair, Monster, chicks too. Most of the people that got fired with the Doge cuts are white chicks who think that they can, work and be a boss lady at Starbucks. But sit in the corner of Starbucks. If you could sit in the corner of Starbucks and do your job's worthwhile. Yeah, not sorry. Salty, you rock. Love you. Whoa. Steph's. Thanks, bro. Steph's code. Whoa, man. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. But now I feel like an asshole because I'm leaving. Thanks for the $50. I'm out of here, suckers. Monorail. But no, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. Better get out of here. Joseph, thank you so much. Love my videos. I love that you love the videos. Look at that. Symbiotic relationship. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much.
We need to know the anatomy of the body. But when you speak, you
the fear and love of God. You create the fear and love of everything else. You talk to somebody right now that only fears God. Jesus has won the victory. Bro. Like this is what you like. Try to live your life right. Go to the hood, like right. This is like a boot. Like every single night, every single night, right. I was looking at the time and I don't even fight like I was screaming at my daddy, told me in Christ like I was screaming at the time we just like you were right like see what your life like fight feeling like a tight fight pressing on the gas so tight like screaming at my dad and he told me in Christ like but nobody never see me right only you can see it searching for a deep. Now you want to be a freak. Now you want to see it. Now you see it. Tell me what your life like. Turn it down the right night. Grab him with my dad and he told me it ain't Christ like. I'm just trying to find my way. Just really trying to do it the way. I don't know the food. Even on my pesto. I can hold a text though. Tell text though. Another word, a picture or a test smoke. That's a little guy. I don't really want to rest so Spanish for life like everything in my life. I miss my dad and he said it ain't Christ like. America first is inevitable and unstoppable. Somebody crazy you like it's because it's not fuel to shill for Israel. It's not. This Christian nation. This is America.
Fear and love God. When you remove the fear and love of God, you create the fear and love of everything else.
I'd like to propose a toast to our people. I'd like to propose a toast to the Voipers, to White Boy Summer, White Boy Century, to the reaction and the reclamation of the United States. Cheers, everybody. That's going to happen. They kick me off the plane. You know what that means? White Boy Summer road trip. They give us lemons, we make lemonade. They throw me behind bars, and I start throwing baseball up against the wall. And now I'm playing catch. Because you know what? The only time that they win is when they triumph over our spirit, but they never can. They can never take that away from us. Because I believe in God. And I believe in America. And I believe in what I'm doing. We are still enjoying. White Boy Summer is still on. I don't care if I have to drive there. I don't care if I have to get in Lake Michigan and go all the way around the Panama Canal. Nothing is going to stop White Boy Summer. Nothing is going to stop America first. America first, bitch. There's always a way.
White people founded this country. This country wouldn't exist without white people. Wouldn't exist without white people. And white people are done being bullied. We're the keepers of the American tradition. And I think
Instruments for aviation were wrong.
That's why the compass got weird, right?
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And so the Adam and Eve theorists believe that we're on the verge of a cataclysmic pole shift where the poles will flip, but in the process, the planet will twist and tilt down. And South America on the globe like this will be like this along the equator going around. The South Pole becomes at the equator. Florida will be, Canada will, I think, what happens? Canada, it's going to be long ways. It's going to be tilting. So I think what happens is Florida ends up near the equator or something like that.
It's already hot down there.
Yeah. So if North and South America are like this and it goes like this, then Florida is slightly south of the, slightly north of the equator. Yeah, would be slightly north, and then California would be cold. California would be like Canada.
That's what they deserve.
Well, to be fair, they already are like Canada in other ways.
Right? Exactly.
My friends, smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. It is Memorial Day weekend, okay? And it is to honor those who have sacrificed everything so that we can relax, have a beer and a burger, and this country is built on the sacrifice of people who wanted you to succeed. And so we remember that, and we get an extra, we get a time to relax, but it's the gift they've given us. It's not the 3-day weekend, like Kamala shouted out about. So I hope you do have a good time, and I hope you remember why. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. General, would you like to start and shut something up?
Sure. The Damani Felder on TikTok, on X, Damani Bryant Felder on Facebook, and Damani Felder on YouTube. Doing my best to just do my part to speak to you.
It's heavier than it looks. James O'Keefe here. Watch the new film, The Truth Inside Veritas, Part 1. The Truth Inside Veritas.
Why do I have to carry this alone?
Come on. Why do I have to carry this alone?
Berries, bursting with flavour and fit for a kid. Fresh meat, get your fresh meat here. No finer cuts in all the land.
two birds on the same stone, because you are learning the standard pronunciation and you are getting used to speaking with always observing meaningful pauses.
Yes, all jokes aside, guys, this actually does work. And if you're struggling, if you're struggling with this, practice it because it does work.
It works. See?
Yeah.
When you begin observing meaningful pause and realize that speech is just words, it's not it's not hmam, it's word after word.
Think about this.
But yeah, it works this way. Silence, word. It's a computer language. I don't remember if I ever explained to you, but if you know binary language, it's 0, 1, 0, 1. We have a body-mind computer. It works exactly in the same way. 0, 1. 0 means silence. Meaningful pause. 1 means your usta produces the name of the object.
Just to elaborate, using the word is a bad use of.
It's useless. It's useless. So yes, you can do it. I mean, you do it, you are alive, nothing happens in your life, but it's a waste of time and it's useless because speech is, the whole goal of speech is to what? Carry information, spread information, share information. Have you heard me saying even once other than just teasing you?
No.
Because I understand that it's useless. Every time someone does it's a message. I'm gonna say something you are not gonna like. Every time someone says it tells me I'm stupid. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Means nothing. But you know what? I'm saying it not to be mean. I'm saying is to simply explain to you guys that people have forgotten the spoken word. Unfortunately, the system has substituted the spoken language with the written spoken speech. I mean, I don't know if I can say spoken speech. Stop. We call it oral speech. Oral speech with the written speech. This is why we have borrowed the word, a better word instead of spoken, which kind of doesn't explain it all. The word usta, the name of the speech organ is called usta. Again, the jaw, the lower lip, and the tongue. Okay? So this is why we call usta speech. Speech made with usta. And unfortunately, if you can see, this is one of my books, but the latest book I just published in December 2024. I worked 2 years on this book, lost my vision over this book. But anyway, so the whole world, you see this spider. The spider has woven a whole web around the globe. And if you see what's on the back of the spider, can you see it? $sign. Exactly. But the economy is collapsing in all countries. We are going to have soon, I hope, a different type of economy, not based purely on dollar, because people forget that there are things that are much more important than money. It's speech. It's the word. Because the word is something that only God has. And God shared the word with us. In the beginning was the word, and the word was what? With God, and the word is God. And I want to share with you now, when after I started playing with AI technology, and I'm making videos with with AI, when you just type a message to AI generates a picture, you push the button, generate motion, and all of a sudden it creates the, what, video?
Yes.
Creates motion. I became God. I became the word. I have to be really specific with the words I put in. Then the picture that is going to come up will be manifest. It's immediate manifestation of my thoughts, because every word is a thought. Gotta understand that every word is a thought, and you can never blend words together. Never.
Anna, they want you to do a 360.
Say it again. What does it mean?
Don't worry. Okay, so we can do chats right now and do a quick break.
No problem. No problem.
Right back. This is the first chat. Guys, by the way, if you're watching for the first time, like the video, follow Anna on her channel and as well her website, livestutterfree.com.
Yeah. See, you were not sure what to say. That's why you didn't. Oh, look. You forgot the name of the site.
Yes, I forgot the name of the site.
You didn't take the moment to recall it. That's why it's so important. Meaningful pauses rule. And what do people who stutter do? They just don't have any pauses.
They ramble.
They ramble. Yep. And then someone tells them, what is this? Someone tells them, slow down. And they go, how do I slow down? No, hit the button. Okay.
Okay, this is the first chat. Colonels, Mo, hit the button. Welcome to the Sesame Streets.
What is this?
He's just joking.
Okay. Okay. Muppet Show.
Yeah, 360. Okay, what's the next one? Okay, cool. So, Anna, we covered basically the 4 skills in the summary. But
It's not skills, 4 tools.
4 tools.
Tools.
But can we cover why you wrote the book and what's important? Because nowadays in society, people have lost art in itself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is why people who stutter, that's who I focus on for the last 13 years. So I have spent all these years working one-on-one with my students. And when they come to me, they don't even know what to expect. When I talk to them, when I explain things like similar to how I'm explaining it here, they look at me very skeptical. I've been through tons of programs. I've done speech therapy. Nothing works. I know it doesn't work. This is why I started writing books. However, it worked up until the COVID time. People were buying my books, reading my books. After COVID, people quit reading. I don't see young people read at all. They don't want to read. They want 30-second video, get it, and go. It doesn't work this way. Yep. Yeah, TikTok. By the way, I'm on TikTok as well. I love how to make 30-second videos. To me, they are nothing, but people like them. But whatever, you can go to TikTok, and it's also Live Startup Free. So I'm everywhere using the same name. So this is why the very first book I have written many years ago, that was my first book. It's called Speech is a Skill. It's the bottom line. In terms of
This is
who
heavier
we
than it
are,
looks.
that we are using body, mind, computer, and that each and every person who is claimed, called to be genetically disordered or incurably disordered or whatever doctors and speech therapists say, they are 100% healthy people. As long as they have these 4 tools, and they can use these 4 tools correctly, they immediately begin speaking like every normal person on the planet. When they say normal, I say the person who follows the norms of Mother Nature. Does it make sense? So speech is a skill. That's the first book I recommend. You can buy it on Amazon, but I recommend you go to my website, buy me, because in this way Amazon doesn't rob the author's money, and all the money goes into our non-profit organization, right? The second book I have written it because I am an optimist. I still hope that some speech professionals will be interested in reading and studying this amazing discovery, the truth about what speech truly is. It is not what speech therapists teach. It is not, unfortunately. So, the bottom line, correcting speech is to start a guide for etalon speech educators. Etalon means standard. Standards speech educators. The book has very specific details how to teach people to start, or anybody who has difficulty speaking, difficulty in speech development of the speech. I mean, I go into details, little detail. Very specific book, but very technical, maybe not easy to understand, but should be easy to understand by professionals. And I also have this book, as I mentioned, this book summarized everything. So there are not too many details, but there are a lot of explanation regarding what speech is and why you can't stop stuttering when you go to tons of vocabulary, why the programs don't work, why. It's briefly explaining that all those programs, it doesn't matter what the program is, if it's anything but us, it's the program that is approved by the system, that is ruled by the blue sign. Yes.
1 second. Shout out to Rick from Rumble.
Hi, Rick.
Rick is the man. Rick. Good morning. That's Rick. Yeah, that's Rick, man. Yes, sir. W. Rick. Yeah. W. Rumble. Story.
By the way, I'm on Rumble too.
Oh,
my videos are on Rumble.
Hey,
yep.
We're spreading the knowledge here. She also told me Rumble. There you go. W.
Rumble, BitChute, you name it, Vimeo, I'm everywhere. The only spot where I ran, it was Reddit.
Reddit.
Couldn't take Reddit.
Reddit is very tough. Any more technical before we
Yeah.
Here we go.
So, chat, let's go. If you have, I love questions. Give me questions.
Guys, if you want, you can do a live Q&A right now on the show. Just ask questions to Hannah. And guys, by the way, her classes change lives. I've seen some testimonials on her page, people mine as well. People saw it and they joined her program and they won because they got over their issues.
Difficulties, speech difficulties. This is how I call it. Difficulties.
What's that? What's the next one, Bills? Guys, by the way, 7K subs on Rumble. Chris Aaron Parkson will go to an AA meeting. What is that? Alcoholics Anonymous. And if you don't understand this, it's because he's alcoholic. But yeah. But I will say that for me, this has been great because I was
You should bring her on after hours.
That's the girl.
I've been there. I can
Well, actually, Anna has watched the show before to see my improvements. So she knows after hours very well. Okay, press up. To bring her on after hours. Yeah. So Anna, they're saying that your body is probably amazing.
Oh, I don't understand.
Like back in the day. Or now. After hours. Yeah.
Age. If you take care of your body, if you eat right, you exercise. I do Zumba 4 times a day, a week, so I live a good life.
Very good life. Okay.
Yeah. And it's very important to be positive. Positivity makes a big difference in your life.
So, Anna, real quick, do you want to cover more about the books, or should we go to questions?
Questions. Let's do questions. The books I said. So I recommend this, but I also, if you haven't read anything and you are into reading, read at least this first, and then this. Because this is kind of easier to understand. It's kind of, I was learning back then myself. And this one summarizes everything and it addresses a lot of personalities of people with difficulty speaking. A lot of psychological things that make you make you fear to speak, this and that, psychological issues. What kind of people become stutters?
Also, people that stutter are come up to speak because what? Come along, what? She will help you solve problems.
I want to mention something else.
Yes.
I never appreciate people who come to me and say, I don't work because I stutter. So what? You can't speak? Go do some other job. If you can't speak, go do physical labor. I don't appreciate that. I am a workaholic myself, and I believe that we're here on this planet to contribute to this society. How can you contribute? Through work.
Yes.
Work. Make money. We live in this world. If you want to change, get a job. You're young, you can get 2 jobs. Just like Walter did. By the way, I recommend you watch that video of Walter. Go to my website and watch his video.
Actually, let's finish it.
Give them
right
the
now.
link.
Let's finish it right now in the video. It could be very inspiring for somebody watching for the first time.
It's actually fun.
Yeah, let's go up to the video, Bills, if you don't mind.
It's not. Okay.
Right, here we go. Pause. Where's the background? Oh, panorama. Good. Yeah, we moved. All right, here we go.
Here is the main character of this success story. His real name is Walter, but millions of YouTube viewers call him Fresh. For several years, he has co-hosted a popular YouTube show, Fresh and Fit, and experienced significant speech difficulties. And readily accepted the jokes of his friends who made fun of his clumsy speech.
And these 2 guys stuttered, so it was going to take forever to get through this story.
This bright man from Barbados shared his fascinating story of how he first used his stutter to become rich and famous in the USA, and then got rid of it for good.
Guys, I bought the Lamborghinis, I bought the Rolls Royces, but the Audi R8 is the first time recording. It's convertible Audi R8, red interior, insane new steering wheel, carbon fiber everywhere.
But still in Barbados, he started to experience speech difficulties.
You have a very interesting story.
Yeah, that people told me I should write a book because I still.
Now, who reads books today? I've written so many books, nobody's reading them. You better tell people. People love listening.
Yes. So the question is how it became big and famous, so to speak.
See how beautifully you speak, not even one half.
This is how he told his story to Anna Dieter after graduation from her online school for stutterers.
Pause.
I was in Barbados, maybe like.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I need a haircut back then. Should have told me, Anna. Should have got a haircut. Oh, wait, pause. By the way, guys, we're gonna do after hours after this with some girls and special guests. Forget I said that. But stay tuned for that. It's gonna be amazing. And also, Myron's back so let's go.
15, 16, I would want to say certain words, but it wouldn't come out. And if I did say it, it sounded weird. When I had to speak in front of the class, others would be laughing. I was more of a class clown, so I remember those moments. The other moments, not so much. But I think because I didn't let it bother me, no one made it a big deal. So I looked at it as, well, I'll continue. I'm going to avoid certain words and speak less.
So, instead of continuing to learn words that he still didn't have the skills to say with ease, Walter began to avoid them. Since then, his speech difficulties started to aggravate.
Because of my stuttering, I would put others before me and felt less of myself. And as a result, I suffered. I tried speaking slower, but it would work in the moment. Then I would relapse doing the same thing, especially when my emotions were high. I also tried therapy, and nothing happened. It was like putting a Band-Aid on a cut that never healed.
So what did your speech therapist advise you to do?
Read books out loud, breathe in, breathe out, lay on my back, and sing by out.
And for how long were you doing this?
So Walter quickly realized that speech therapy was a waste of time and money and discontinued it. He just focused on things that he wanted to do.
Dating, interviews, my job. Once again, I just spoke less.
When he immigrated to the USA, he mistakenly learned to explain his poor communication skills with a stuttering disorder.
So this goes back to when I first moved to America 6 years ago from Barbados. I moved to America. 30,000.
Alright, niggas. My name's Walter. You got me now? There you go. Kill me. Who's Walter? That's me, nigga. Chris, you don't say either, bro. You're next. AA meeting, bro. You're next. Okay. 7K, let's go. Rumble. Cool.
I sold my truck and my motorcycle. I was broken. When I moved here, I looked up. I knew almost no one. And I was employed. What I was doing, or what I would be doing. But I knew one thing. I wanted to be successful. So I would get my laptop, go to Starbucks. And each day I would go to Starbucks, I would see people come in and out. People in business suits, people in slides, all walks of life. But one day, I saw a man with a hot girl pull up to Starbucks in a Lamborghini. And I was like, wow, in Barbados, there's no Lamborghini. But this guy looks cool. So I got up, went inside, and I asked him, I'm just curious, what do you do? And he told me, I am and I made possible having this. And you're telling me I can invest my money, get my monthly, buy a land, and get a hot girl? I would have inside all real estate and investing. I spent on the computer looking at real estate and investing nonstop. I'm in Starbucks, still looking for a job for a month or two. Then, randomly, this guy walks into Starbucks and he says to me, I see you in here all the time. Where are you from? I've heard you speak before, and it sounds familiar. I said, I hear your accent. Are you from Barbados? He says, yes, in an ecstatic voice. And he said to me, what do you do for a living? I said, right now, I'm looking for a job, but I have no luck. So he said, what's your name for lucky day? I know someone hiring up north. It's a bit of a drive, but I guarantee you, if you apply, I'll get you a job. And I did just that. Went online, applied, and within a week and a half after my interview, I got the job. The job was, believe it or not, customer service. So I spent literally all the working hours on the phone talking to people about internet and phone service with AT&T.
So my story, guys, you probably know already. You don't know. It's kind of story here.
Quit, uncle.
I know, I need to stop saying that. What?
Yeah, speak to me.
No, keep me in check. Thank you. Whoa, hold on. Not exactly. I mean,
he was silent.
Be cool. But I would say this. Even though it may seem embarrassing or out there, it's enough of this because if you have an issue and you're not open to it, you want to try to hide it or keep it behind closed doors. I think it's going to become better if you open at some point. As you guys know, we ran for a while about the same thing. And then the real estate chat, we chat. And now we're working on it today. So, again, thank you, Hannah, for helping me forward. And let's do some interaction. We've got afterwards right now with the girls coming up.
Yeah.
And
Very good questions.
Okay.
There are questions.
Let's see. We got Spartan Alsis gifted 5 subs, by the way. Spartan, man. That's 7K. Chris with the A. Nice one. Yeah, that's my time of year, but mine's okay. Oh, Anna, they want to know if you can name 3 countries.
Do I want to know what?
Anna, they want to know if you can name berries.
3 countries?
Yes.
Any 3 countries? United States of America, England, Russia.
Here's the rule. You can't name USA, Canada, or Mexico.
United States. Okay, let it be then. I don't know, Australia.
Okay. And then
2 more. India, Pakistan.
There you go. What did he say? Yo, wallet, man. Give me the love. Need to hoist this timber today. What did he say, man? Oh, nah, bro. Ronnie. Okay. Now, here's my question for you. If someone is stuttering, what's the first method or task to overcome this?
They need to unblock their natural speech. Stuttering means that they don't have access to this tool. Something is blocked. I explained before too. So if you call it stuttering, it's difficult. It's difficult for you to say the words, right? That's what stuttering is. Why? Because you have a block somewhere. It could be this, or this. Which one? I don't know. Depending on where the block is, I will unblock in 3 days. I can do it. Because I clearly see where is the block right away. Like, for example, with you, I knew right away that your problem wasn't the first one. No.
Find a way anywhere else.
Meaning force, and the second you didn't have the time, again, you didn't have the memory use of the standard word. You still say words that you knew from where you were grown up, in the islander way, right, where you kind of don't do the standard words. You are, I would say, swallowing vowel sounds. You speak in vowel sounds in the standard way, but you're swallowing them, shortening the word. So, two problems you had, and the moment we kind of explained it to you, you immediately started speaking. It's a lie that you need to practice for a long time. You need a method. You don't. You need to simply unblock your natural, normal speech you were born with. You were born with the ability to speak, but at the moment it's blocked. What is blocked? I need to see.
Yes.
When people come to me, I always do first call on a video call. Always, because I need to see where the problem is. And when I see the problem, I do it.
And Anna, you've helped many people overcome this. So, guys, she's a professional. Thousands, actually. So check her out. Okay, Anna. This has been great. Okay, Tuxin Tay, shout out to you for supporting the show. Mr. B93, I can't repeat what you said here, bro, but funny. It's funny, bro. Very funny. Okay, Anna, where can I find you, and what's up next?
Where can I find me? You ask me where they don't find me. I'm everywhere. I'm on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, anywhere. So the only thing is I quit making video successes. I have over 600 videos. I don't have already my eyes working well because of the videos I have made and books I have written. So I just, whatever, if you like me, you find me, you can come to me and I will help you. So it's livestarterfree.com. You come there, there is a procedure you have to watch. The webinar pre-recorded, which I believe is a little bit old. It was done before COVID time. Today I would have done it differently, but doesn't matter. So all you need to do, just schedule a Zoom call with me, and I see you and I explain to you all the options. I offer a 3-day course, which is a full program, which Walter was supposed to pay, but he cut it short. Okay. And also we have an option, if you don't have money readily available, then you can just begin with 1-day class. It is like 6 hours in a row, 6 hours straight. And this is a technical day when we unblock your natural speech. Most of the time, unblock. But for 2 more days, we need the time so you will get used to your normal speech. It's a totally normal way of speaking. You simply need to get used to it. 2 days is more than enough. I also want to mention something. 2 things I want to mention. Number one, that after the first show I did with Walter, I have helped quite a few people. They came to me and I was able to help them save their life, basically, change their life. It just happened. I told Walter, he said, don't forget to mention. I mentioned it. Yes. No, you're not.
Let's go! Okay.
What I'm saying is that I have worked with public speakers, with actors. I don't know how they're doing today, but maybe they're not as popular as you are because they're just regular actors. Right? Huh? No, I don't release it. I don't release any information. I wouldn't even be talking about you if we just kind of Yeah, it's a kind of private foundation, Washington. Another thing I was going to say something else. Okay, it will come to me. I forgot. Something else I This is skill, and it's the simplest skill on the planet. Because once again, if you don't remember anything I have said, remember the image.
The parrots.
Do you think that you are not as smart as parrots? Do you think they have bigger brain than you? The fact of the matter is you don't have to be smart to speak. Even people in mental hospitals speak. Even drunk people speak. Even people on drugs speak. Sometimes when they get sober, they go like, oh my God, did they say that? Right?
Yeah.
So the bottom line is that everything you've ever heard about speech, about stuttering, stammering, fluency disorder, it's all lies of the system. I want you to understand the system needs you to stutter, because when you have difficulty and believe that you're incurably sick, which practically doesn't make sense. They tell you it's an incurable sickness, but they tell you come to us, we're going to cure you, right?
Yeah.
So if they tell you why, because you believe it and you keep coming to this program, to that program, and you pay for the rest of your life. Or at the end they say you have an incurable form of stuttering. Accept it. Advertise it. Be proud that you're stuttering. No. Speech is the most important skill we have. It's the crucial. I mean, it's just what we do. We speak, we create our life. Without speech.
One more question. Putin or Zelensky?
None of them.
Okay. There you go. Very beginning to where we are now. It is wrong.
And thank you for not doing us anymore. I'm watching.
You said oh! She's gonna speak.
You gotta have fun, okay?
Thank you, Anna, once again. You can find her again at livestutterfree.com.
Berries so plump and juicy, you want to eat them by the bushel. Well, perhaps it was simply a bad day. These things do happen from time to time.
every single telecom in America, right? They're already involved in a multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign to change your mind against your own country, and it's working, whether you are on the left or whether you are on the right or somewhere in between. China's not on your team. China's against your team. If you are a Westerner that believes in democratic ideals, or if you are somebody around the world that believes that people should have a say in anything, China is your enemy.
China is the land of shortcuts and facades. It's all about the facade. It's very easy to put a bunch of Christmas lights on some shiny buildings and take night shots of it. But during the day, the pollution is there. You walk a few minutes out of the city center, you start to see the problems. You start to see the bedrooms on the road. You start to see infrastructure messes. You start to see the hollow buildings. You know, you never see that side of things because they don't allow that kind of thing to be shown.
China is a country that uses rape as a form of torture. Like, it's true. We have interviewed people who have been raped in prisons as a form of torture, like men being raped by the prison guards as a form of torture.
Straight up Nazi behavior.
Yes.
For 20 years, like, these Chinese think tanks would send scholars to exchange with American scholars. They didn't come here for knowledge. They came to understand how we can exploit your system better. The fact that we see how they can go from tanks rolling down the Tiananmen in 1989 to every other political movement to now still having people show for them, it's precisely the fact that we don't understand them enough. They understand us, and they can cover everything, but we can't cover it.
Winston Sturgill and Matthew Tubb. Better known as Serpent ZA and LaoY86, are the original China YouTubers. The pair each spent 10 plus years in China, documenting their experiences and pulling back the veil on a China that had rarely been seen by the outside world, all before being forced to flee after their content became what the Chinese Communist Party saw as, let's just say, unflattering. David John.
I've got some very explosive details from some of the rumors that came out this weekend.
Host of China Insider, grew up in Zibo, China in Shandong province before immigrating to the West at the age of 11. Recently, David has become one of the internet's most prominent critics on the Chinese Communist Party with his mega viral content highlighting issues like China's dilapidated infrastructure and political corruption. And finally, Shelley Zhang.
If you were born in America, but you are ethnically Chinese, they think that you belong to them.
1/3 of the China Uncensored trio, who has been integral in building a show that has exposed the misdealings of the CCP to the American public since the early 2010s, including hallmark coverage on China's Hong Kong takeover in 2019. Together, they have amassed millions of subscribers, billions of views, and untold amounts of ire from the Chinese government and their paid army of online trolls. Now, for the first time, they are all together to detail the propaganda war the CCP is waging on the American public, their tactics, their strategy, their willing American co-conspirators, and most importantly, their grand ambition to once and for all replace the United States of America as the world's leading superpower.
I know that we were talking about this a little bit before, especially with David, because he's kind of the expert on this, but what got me so interested in putting together this panel or roundtable was the iShowSpeed fiasco when he went to China a month or two ago. And before it was I saw obscure people spreading Chinese propaganda, and I was like, okay, whatever, get over it. And then all of a sudden, America's most popular streamer is in China, essentially parroting Chinese talking points. So it's like, okay, we have to get together people that know what's going on here so they can disabuse the and hopefully our audience will too. Before we get into that, though, I want to know kind of why who you are. You all spent time in China or have traveled there, lived there extensively. So just give me a little bit about like your background, what took you to China, and what you do.
Yeah, I suppose I'll start, since I'm the first person to ever make YouTube videos out there. And I went on a business trip in 2006, loved the place so much. Flew back home, sold everything I had, my furniture, my cars, and I went back because I saw an incredible, vibrant place, just bustling. There was so much going on, and compared to what I was used to back home, I thought, this is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. So I went there and had an adventure. Ended up homeless for a couple of days, figuring things out. got a job teaching English in kindergarten, built myself up eventually to what I am today.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if I was the second YouTuber in China, but I was definitely close.
Close, yeah.
I used to make YouTube videos in China just to show family and friends back home that I was alive. They thought I was insane that I moved there. I just want to be like, it's not that bad. And, it really wasn't. I lived in China. We both did in China during the golden period, as we call it, when it was kind of up and coming. It was kind of facing the world. It was like, we're going to open up. We want to interface with, America and Europe. Yeah. And we watched the country turn into really what it has always been on paper, an authoritarian dictatorship. But we became the victims of that. So in our process of making videos, we started a motorcycle shop. We built custom bikes, rode around the country, did 2 television documentaries. In that process, busted in, our hotel was busted in by the SWAT team, and we realized the writing was on the wall. It was time to go. We were basically chased out.
It's fun. Exciting.
It was a good story. We got to do it.
I had the reverse of these two guys. I was born in China. I left when I was 11. During a time when the outside thought China was growing and rising, the general feeling in the very lower middle class citizens there was that you had no future. So I was struggling. My parents were dealing with things like, where would I go to middle school? Where would I go to high school? Can I get into a university? So we had the opportunity to immigrate to the West, and that's where it's short, but it's a good representation, I think, of what the general population in China really feels like. And Chinese people, unfortunately, I think over the years, that feeling hasn't changed, and so that's where I am.
So I was born in China and left China when I was 4. My parents were some of the first grad students to come to America back in the 80s, and then they were supposed to go back to China. My dad had a scholarship from the Chinese government to get his PhD in physics, and then it was the Cold War, right? So he was supposed to go back, and then the Tiananmen Square massacre happened. And one morning I walked... Supposedly happened. Well, one morning...
Were you there?
Well, my uncle was actually there. He was a art student in Beijing at the time. I have some photos that he took at Tiananmen Square, not during the night of January 4th, but otherwise it looked like, a period of great hope for people. Like, people were bringing their kids down to the square to see the goddess of democracy and all this stuff, and it was amazing. But when the crackdown started, my dad took me on a march. All the Chinese students in the university were marching around campus protesting, and I think that was the beginning of my parents really radically changing how they felt about. They both lived through the Cultural Revolution, but a lot of people felt like there's opening up in the 80s, right? Like, things were going to get better, and then the Tiananmen Square massacre just changed that.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that, because it kind of brings you into the next, phase in the life of China, after Tiananmen Square. And kind of against all odds, they managed to reform their global kind of, how do you want to put it? Image, yeah, reputation, right? Reframe their reputation against all odds, and then by the mid-2000s, around the time of the Olympics, it's okay, China is inevitably going to replace the United States. It's a great place to be. Go see it for yourself. You could travel there. You guys were all aware, maybe you to a lesser extent, but you were there around that point. You had spent considerable time there. Was there a moment that you saw or personally experienced in media where the narrative that is not actually what's happening? Things are actually starting to go backwards.
Absolutely. You talked about the Olympics. The Beijing Olympics, the 2008 Olympics, was so important to China. This was a massive face project. This is the first time that they're really going on the international stage, so they really pulled out all the stops to make sure that it was an incredible performance. But as somebody who was living in China, it was the opposite. First of all foreigners that were in China at the time, when they renewed their visas, previously you could go to a neighboring country. You could actually go into places like Hong Kong, and stop there. The visa restrictions got a lot harsher. Things got pretty hectic when there were a bunch of Free Tibet activists tried to douse the torch, I think in France. They came with fire extinguishers, tried to, the Olympic torch. Overnight, the attitude towards foreigners changed. And I woke up and I went downstairs, and the people that were usually friendly and smiling, like the person I knew very well, the Laoban at the shop where I used to buy stuff in the morning, scowled at me, didn't want to talk to me. Walking down the road, people were looking at me with daggers. This happened overnight, and this was due to the fact that now foreigners were their enemy because they were trying to, smear China, trying to put out the torch. I was studying at the time at Shenzhen University. I was studying English, and the university locked all the foreigners inside and didn't let us go out when the Olympic torch was being run through the city. So we got a heads up because I was very good friends with one of the teachers, and he said, "Listen, if you want to get out of here, you got to leave now, because in about half an hour or so, they're closing the gates, and no foreigners will be allowed out." But they were worried about us foreigners causing trouble with the torch run, because it's all about image and all about face. So that was the first taste that I saw, where they were more interested in an international image than the quality of life for the people actually living in China. The first time I saw that. But of course, things got very bad near the end when we had to leave, and that's quite a big story. I don't know if you have time for those.
Sure. Yeah, for me it was over time. So, but it was specifically when I learned Chinese. All of a sudden, when you can understand the language, everything that you're hearing around you is not some mystical dragon, like China's some country that nobody understands, or that ancient culture, 5,000 years of history. All of a sudden now you start understanding that people's standard of life isn't like what we're seeing on news, the inevitable rise of China, or the Olympic procession or whatever. First moment I noticed that was when I bought a motorcycle, a $200 motorcycle, a $200 motorcycle.
It's worth $200.
It was. I'm not even joking. It was a copy of a Chinese copy motorcycle. Yes. Anyway, I got on that bike and I left the city center for the first time. And I saw...
How long have you been in China before?
A few months. Just a few months. And it didn't make me dislike China, but it opened my eyes, because what I saw within 10, 15 minutes of getting outside the city center was kids warming themselves over burn barrels. Houses without any sort of glass in the windows, stray dogs digging through piles of dead animals and carcasses and stuff, right? It was abject poverty versus what looked like middle class downtown. So I was like, that kind of woke me up. I was like, this is not the place that I am seeing on the news, that's for sure. And it made me want to understand China more. So I'd go out and see different things. But it was my interactions with the Chinese government that really opened my eyes to the kind of evils of the situation. I'll just tell you one anecdote. I was in the back of a car with a Chinese government official, and we were driving to a restaurant, and he was ripping through these back roads, probably at 50 miles an hour on like a single lane track, in these people that were carrying like rice and all kinds of crops and stuff were jumping out of the way of the car as he almost ran them over. And I said, what's going on? And I asked the person, what's going on? They asked the driver. He said, it's actually not a concern if I run these people over, because they can't do anything about it. Their lives are meaningless and worthless, so don't worry about that. And when I heard things like that, when I could communicate in Chinese and I saw like how depraved it could be, it really made me think like, wow, there's a lot to see here, and I want to understand China, but there's
China, you're saying? So in 2008, I was trying to tell people.
So about the same time was.
Yeah, but I was very young, and basically, if you told people that China was bad, they didn't listen to you. They didn't think you were telling the truth, because China's so good at putting political makeup over their image, and it's crazy because 2008, the Olympics was honestly,
It's me, Stiff.
Organ harvesting before 2008.
Give me a hand.
2008.
Bring that shit over here.
Because he was the one who really was putting up the Olympics. So everything for 2008 for me, I felt like down.
Go on, turn it on. Easy, we've got an infinite amount of time ahead.
That I think, I don't know if you guys had experience trying to do this, but during that time I felt the most.
You plan to hang around and catch some rays?
There's something that they don't really want to talk about, like all of the terrible things that happened. So my parents they would talk about like, but it just sounded like it didn't sound like actually. So basically during the Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976, Mao was Chairman Mao was losing power, so he started this whole revolution inside China, basically, where he had people kind of rise up to overthrow like the people in the party that were fighting against him. And so people were like Red Guards. People were shooting each other in the streets. Like it was really bad. My mom like told me much later that she watched like all the other kids in her class tie up their teacher because like she was in elementary school. Like, but the idea was that you had to like get rid of like the four olds, right? Like you had to like rise up and like destroy society essentially. So it was like a lot of bad stuff that people would report their own parents to the CCP and be like, oh, feel justified if their parents were taken away, because that's what you've been brainwashed with. But then after Mao died, it ended, and so I think a lot of people felt like they couldn't talk about all the stuff that happened. So my parents didn't really talk about that, but I knew growing up that they were very afraid of my parents would tell me in elementary school in the US, like not to tell anybody anything about what happens at home, right? Like you do not tell anybody about what happens at home, you keep it private. And it's because you're afraid of, like they grew up with like neighbors spying on you, like people could report you to the police and all that stuff. And I didn't understand until much later that that was like a really warped way of looking at the world that came up because they grew up under communism. But like that's the kind of stuff that you couldn't really explain to people because all they would see is like the Olympic light show and you know how many people were drumming in the Forbidden City, that kind of thing. So yeah, I agree that it was hard to get that message across right around that time.
The Cultural Revolution.
It was nice meeting you.
For the first time,
I'll see you around, Skiff.
It came out last year, but that show on Netflix, right? The Three Body Problem.
Yes.
Actually depicted it seemingly accurately. So that I would recommend anybody to kind of look at that if they want like an entertainment historical mix. But something interesting that I find is you're mentioning like back as far as the Cultural Revolution and Tiananmen Square, and you're mentioning the Olympics 2008, and even David mentioned 2008. But that's still 16, 17 years ago at this point.
Yes.
And since then, we've only seen China really enhance their global presence in a lot of ways. And now they have the most beautiful cities in the world, and you have commentators talking about how amazing it is over there. But you guys were seeing the warning signs as early as the mid 2000s. So how over the last 16 years, and over Xi Jinping's reign, since I guess 2012, 2013, wherever you want to start it, how have they managed to kind of depress the things that you were seeing as early as 2007, 2008?
Quite simple, just by censoring. China's the land of shortcuts and facades. It's all about the facade. It's very easy to put a bunch of Christmas lights on some shiny buildings and take night shots of it. But during the day, the pollution is there. You walk a few minutes out of the city center, you start to see the problems. You start to see the beggars on the road. You start to see infrastructure messes. You start to see the hollow buildings and nothing's in there. You never see that sort of things because they don't allow that kind of thing to be shown. If you are living in China and you're making videos on social media, first of all, it's very risky to do that. I'm the first person to do it on YouTube. I took a huge risk when I did that because you technically need a journalist visa, a journalist license to film and make documentaries or anything within inside of China. And it needs to be approved every step of the way. But if you're on social media, you can get away with it as long as you're being positive about it. As soon as you start to show things negative about China, you start to show the cracks behind the scenes, they will come down on you. And we know people who have actually been deported for making videos where they just were being very factual about what it's like in China, but because it wasn't positive enough. And that's the reason why you only see positive stuff come up. Because if you try to put something negative out, they will come and talk to you. They will do it.
I think we were relatively untouched from 2008 to like 2015. And I think we did notice a huge change when Xi Jinping took over fights. It really cracked down around 2015, 16, 17. And what I think people don't understand is that China is the same as North Korea. I think they like to think it's some open version of North Korea. Like, yeah, it's authoritarian, but everyone can do whatever they want. What China is North Korea with better PR, better technology, more funding, better budget, right? So what we saw was them go from maybe 08 to 2015, from what we call the golden period, where they kind of wanted people to think that China was opening up to the rest of the world, and that's why they kind of tolerated people like us, even though we were making largely positive content. When 2015 came around, what we noticed actually on one of our film trips is
we went through a town that we had no idea about, and it turns out that it was a minority region. There's 56 minorities in China. Well, officially. And one of these towns apparently had some sort of uprising or something against the government at some point. We had no idea. Because we were there, they wouldn't let us stay in a hotel, and we noticed there was police every 100, 200 meters with a little notebook as we rode by, documenting where we were going. We were like, this is different than when we first started riding around China. And I think what happened was it went from, we need to face the outside world and say we're opening up, to Xi Jinping said, nah, like, we don't care about that anymore. We need to make sure that everyone within the borders of China are suppressed and controlled. And I don't care if someone's positive or negative about China, we need to control that message. So we kind of lived through that transition. I understand what David was saying. Of course, it was probably quite grim in 2008 for like a lower to middle class transition.
Oh, absolutely it was.
For us, we were seeing China at least pretend to open up for the rest of the world and then watch it further crack down. So in our opinion, it got worse.
Well, I feel like you brought up the coach's point there, is it didn't matter if it was positive, it had to be controlled, because to you, what could be a positive message, say, what comes to my mind, there's somebody sick and the community comes together to raise money for them to get an operation.
Yes.
Well, that's a good story to us, but well, you know, the government provides everything, so there should be no need for the citizens to get together and do that.
You know, that's a great point, because what we would get in our feedback is finally someone going out of the city center and talking to people in rural China in Chinese, giving them a voice. Nobody said, oh, I loved when you went to the Bund in Shanghai. Right? They said, I loved when you talked to that old man and he gave you some green beans from his garden and then talked about his life a little bit. I loved when that old lady brought you into her house and she said, this is all I got, and gave you some peanuts, and you guys chatted about how her village is going to be going next year. Those were all positive messages. People loved when we covered that kind of stuff. The Chinese government hated it because that's not the image they want to portray. So
they don't want to show the poverty. Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. They have to tell you what to say. And I'll make a statement. If you see a foreign person in China right now with a decent following and they're making videos in this climate in 2025 under Xi Jinping, that message is from the government, or it's approved by the government.
We're gonna get to a couple of my favorites here a little bit later on that. So I want to jump over to you, Shelley, because where I became the most familiar, I think, with your outlet, China Uncensored, was around the Hong Kong protests. And I was actually in Korea by that point, so I was closer to it. But the first time I went to China was 2015, just to travel, visit family, and it seemed great. I came back in 2018-19 to study. And I was telling you the story last night. In my first or second class in international relations, the professor said, good question, can't answer it. I'm a member of the Communist Party. Moved on. Then they gave me the report to talk about, what is it 6-4? What is the Tiananmen Square? Yeah. They obviously don't call it. They said, you're going to do a report on 6-4. Like, what do you want me to say about this? And then like 2 days later, I'm coming back from the bar with my friends and a taxi picks us up, but it's just a black car that lied about being a taxi. And then they lock us in and won't let us out until they extort us for money in front of our apartment. I was like, okay, maybe this isn't the place for me. So I'm out of China by 2019 and when the protests were going on. But what about what you saw there kind of, I don't want to say scared you, but set off alarm bells? And what do you think people should have been seeing over here that they haven't still taken into account?
Well, I think with the Hong Kong protests, the Hong Kong people understood what was happening, right? Like they understood that the CCP, ever since they took over Hong Kong in 1998 or 1997, that they were, going to lose their freedoms eventually. Like the promise was that for 50 years they were going to keep their ability to have some kind of elections, their ability to have like a British judicial system or whatever. But people knew. I mean, the first protests against this were like 2004.
2014 was a big one. I went
that
to.
Was
the umbrella
2014, yeah.
2014.
2004, there was a protest of like 500,000 people against the Article 23. Like they had tried to put a national security law in that.
The extradition law, right? Or was it?
No, that was 2019. In 2004, they tried to put in this national security law that was basically what they did in 2020.
Gotcha.
But like 500,000 people came on the street, they backed off, they couldn't do it. And then 2014 with the umbrella protests, again, they tried to impose Beijing's will on Hong Kong. The Hong Kong people fought back. But then they had this long game of like, okay, because we're now going to try to like indoctrinate the youth, we're going to go into the schools, we're going to try to change how people learn, like the kids learn about China growing up. And so after 2014, I think people were kind of demoralized. And so I think the CCP thought that they we're going to just slowly transform Hong Kong. And then 2019 happens and these protests absolutely blow up where you have 2 million people. We saw, like, we're in the middle of 2 million people marching down the street. Like, you've never seen anything like that or heard anything like that in your life. And
I don't think you could comprehend that happening.
Yeah, like
since the civil rights movement, probably.
Yeah.
It was absolutely incredible. And I think that was the moment where they decided we have to break Hong Kong. And, being there and seeing, like, a lot of the protesters we talked to kind of knew that they weren't going to win, but they were hoping that their message would be loud enough so that people could see, the rest of the world could see what the CCP was, and that, this is what will happen to the rest of the world if you do not stop the Chinese Communist Party. And so they knew that they were not going to win, but they were hoping that, like, their resistance would bring attention to it. And I think if it hadn't been for COVID, things would have been a lot different, because COVID gave the CCP the kind of excuse to be able to really finally crack down on Hong Kong and change everything.
Well, one would have thought COVID would have been kind of the straw that broke the camel's back as far as their image making, and it didn't.
No.
And so we can talk about economics, we can talk about military, we can talk about whatever, but everything I'm hearing here is messaging and information, and information used in nefarious ways.
Yes.
So that brings me to kind of the reason that I wanted everyone here today, and that is the giant propaganda machine that is running against everyday Americans, from people as young as, like you were saying, how old your
almost Gen Z.
Gen Z,
late stage millennial.
But you said some younger people in your family that are getting, like, all their news off TikTok.
Yes.
And even you'll see 50, 60-year-old government officials or ex-government officials carrying the same talking points. So, speak freely, whoever wants to jump in. How did they concoct this propaganda machine, and what are they trying to do with it?
Honestly, to go back to Shelley's point, I think it started in earnest around the Hong Kong protests. And I think if anyone's in foreign policy or whatever, you need to study what happened in Hong Kong in 2019, 2020. From the CCP's perspective, it was a successful takeover. I mean, Hong Kong is just mainland China now from a national security perspective. What they did there to suppress voices abroad during those protests, the people they employed, the tactics they used was surgical, and it was crazy. The amount of time, money, and effort, and the amount of people we saw converted from travel bloggers and now pro-CCP shills happened at that time. So it was kind of their time to really employ all of these things they had probably planned ahead of time. And then when COVID hit, they just doubled down, right? So COVID happened, and they went from, it happened in Wuhan, demonized Wuhan, and then, no, wait a minute, let's actually blame it on other countries. No, let's test this out. How can we control global opinion around this thing? Clearly we did, right? It's clearly our fault, the CCP. How can we manipulate public opinion around the world? And they got so much training ground, so much practice during this time to actually see if people would sway or bend their opinion. And I think they started to see some real success. But really, when it came down to it, I saw them go from really sloppy propaganda to very, very successful propaganda around the same time that they decided that they were going to be friends with Russia. And I think either they learned something from Russia, or they, had some sort of dialogue. No one knows what happened behind closed doors. But we saw propaganda go from kind of silly, dumb, people on the street saying, look, China is so cool, I love this paradise here, it's better than America, to very, very coercive and believable propaganda with tourism campaigns and things like TikTok campaigns, and getting like big influencers under state media umbrellas, but to amplify state media without the label of state media anymore, and really pick up a lot of success on short form media in particular.
Yeah, I'd like to say narcissism is one of the biggest reasons for this. In order to be an influencer of any kind, narcissism plays a role. It takes a certain kind of person to stick a camera in their face and walk around and say, hey, look at me, I'm going to tell you something, right? So we're all guilty of that in one way or the other.
Shots fired.
I'm offended.
Yeah, 100%. Triggered. I 100% admit to that. I was young when I started my YouTube channel. I wanted to show people my life, and to be the cool guy. Everyone does. So when you've got a narcissist and they're not getting the attention that they want, if you give them that attention, they will lap it up, and they will lie, and they will cheat, and they will steal. Guys,
someone us down!
In order to get that.
If you do this,
So
I'm talking to you, guy.
YouTubers,
you waste our body, Timoja?
Because being the first YouTuber in China, I used to be part of these groups.
I just found the
told
body.
A lot of these guys how to
Someone
set up
else
their
did
cameras,
this.
how to walk around, what to do,
Bullshit!
how to do
You
it,
think you can
how to
off
use
our
VPNs
bro
to
like
get
that
your
and
videos online.
act all
A lot of the
innocent?
guys who ended up turning on me
We
and
need to
attacking me
bury him.
all around the same
And
time.
funerals
It was all around that
ain't cheap.
2019,
Give me some
era.
cash.
I used to make
Or
videos.
would you
I was
rather
popular.
join him?
They hated that because their videos used to tag. They put out a video, get like 100 views, and I'm getting 1 million or a couple 100,000 views.
Nice
on
try.
video. So then
How many
they turned
suckers have you
around and they
shaken down
started
like
to attack
this?
me. Then they started to see
None
a
of
little
your
bit of support
business.
from
Now
the
give us the cash
nationalists,
before you
which
piss
then
us
again
off.
boosted their egos and made them thought, okay, this is a good
I don't
idea.
have any
Then when
coupons.
the 2019
How about some ammo?
riots, you saw people started to get boosted like crazy. People that talked against the Hong Kong protesters, they would suddenly get on state media. So you've got these no-name YouTubers or influencers, doesn't matter, TikTok, whatever, at the time. They would suddenly go on state media. They would suddenly get shared by the government. So now they're like a big shot. They're like, now I'm on TV. Now I've got the people of China support me, and it gave them all this like drive to continue to do that kind of thing. And then on top of that, you had an outpouring of support in their comments, a massive jump in viewership. So you've got a completely obscure YouTuber, for instance, that would maybe hit a couple of hundred views. Suddenly he's getting 10, 20, 30,000 views. Suddenly he's got 50,000 subscribers overnight, which he didn't have before.
Right.
Suddenly his stuff is being boosted and magically it's popping up on the first search terms on YouTube and things like that, because the Chinese government is good at SEO and they're going to help these guys out because they're getting the message out. So they get paid monetarily. A lot of these guys are not. They're incentivized by the Chinese government. They feed their egos. They make them important. They make unimportant people important, And that's,
To build off what you're talking about, I think that what you really saw the CCP doing was a lot of the guys in Xinjiang at first, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to take over the search term Xinjiang on YouTube, and they deployed all of these like influencers that we're talking about, or proto-influencers in Xinjiang, to talk about how they don't see any genocide here, like there's no, people, like they, and like suddenly this influencer is in the corn, not corn, field in the middle of Xinjiang.
Awesome.
Or who bumps into a CCTV reporter who just happens to be there to ask him how this Western YouTuber feels about Xinjiang, and it's like obviously all orchestrated. And I know you guys have done some great videos like looking at how you could tell that this is all orchestrated, but I think that was the first success for them.
I agree. I think Xinjiang was like a huge push for them. And I remember the first instance I got of that was thousands of videos uploaded like at the same time saying like, go away, Pompeo.
Shut up, Pompeo.
Shut up, Pompeo. It's like these Uyghurs that are like shaking behind the camera and they're like, shut up, Pompeo. You stay out of Xinjiang. You don't know anything about our utopia. There's no genocide here. I know I saw that.
Screen.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was on these random channels I'd never seen before. I know I saw that. I started putting it together and I got attacked. It got so bad that they employed 2 beautiful women from Xinjiang and they took out an ad campaign on our videos that we did about Xinjiang to kind of debunk.
They were running ads on
our
videos.
And they would stand there and say things like, don't believe these guys.
There's no genocide.
There's no genocide here.
Because they know your video will be running ads directly attached to you.
Which kind of...
That's a lot of power.
I know. Yeah. Which uncovered kind of how they work. Like if they're running ad campaigns, they're definitely paying Google AdWords and stuff like that. What we noticed was when they got our attention, we started doing some digging and we eviscerated this campaign. We found the roots of it. It gave me a lot of passion to kind of uncover where this was coming from. And I realized that when China decides it's going to do something or cares about a specific topic, they really, really go into it. And I don't think there's an endless budget for it. Right. It was the scary part.
I think you guys probably all experienced this, is how the government can target you based on what you desire the most.
Yes.
Right? They really explore the original sin, so to speak. You want
That's a
money,
good point.
you want girls, you want anything else?
Oh, I thought you were asking.
You want those things? I don't have any of them to offer.
We call them harem globetrotters.
Yes, that's what they call the harem globetrotters. So I was talking with this guy. He has a lot of information from China, but basically, you know how the CCP would do these honeypot operations, right? They would send not most beautiful girls, but the mediocre looking girls, but they're trained. the point is they understand that especially men want three things, right? Money, lust, and power. And so they do these things, they target what the weakness is. And so, why is it that so many foreign faces are willing to do this is while they're either getting money or they're getting something in China or they're getting girls or something else. And so I realized that talking to even the Chinese dissidents now, many of them have turned because of these three things, or one of the three things that they lack, right? If you're a poor democracy activist, you come live in America, maybe you no longer have money, like what do? They offer you the money and you can, tell them certain things about your group. And so this, I think, really happened somewhere after Xi took power because they systematically changed the way that the spy apparatus works now in China. So they have the Ministry of State Security overseeing all the other intelligence which targets, the propaganda side and those things. It lines up further now after COVID, which I personally believe did suffer some reputational damage, but they did repair it, which is the scary thing. And I think that's what we're most afraid of going forward in the future is we're a few people, less than a dozen, up against an entire machine. I'm sure we're going to talk about the speed thing too, but it's that's what I'm afraid the most is that they have so unlimited amount of resource to do what we essentially have to take months or years to try to break down by ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, we had a video that came out during COVID that showed like the terrible lockdown things that they were doing during zero COVID. That was literally called "The Cure for the Coronavirus is Not Authoritarianism," because we saw so many people praising the lockdowns in China, like this is the way we should be going. So we did this video, and it got pulled by YouTube. Like they literally pulled it down.
Yeah. And I don't want it to sound like I'm praising the Chinese propaganda machine, but in a way I am because it's so effective.
Yes.
So I'm recognizing the effectiveness of it when I say this, but
I think we should.
What they've been able to do is not target just kind of one sect of the American public, but as much as it makes sense where they would probably be able to target the left wing because the communism lets they kind of tilt that way anyway towards the left wing. People on the right wing, I've noticed, have been captured by this phenomenon as well. And that, coming obviously from a very conservative show, we are very critical of the CCP to the point where we've been kicked off TikTok. And you can find a million videos of us exposing, Chinese lies in this, similar ways that you have. But when I'm on X for work or I'm reading things or watching YouTube or whatever, I notice China-based, right? That's what I keep hearing, China's based. Mm-hmm. They don't like LGBT. They have traditional family values. You and I know all of that is just insane, but how do they target, and specifically because for this audience, people on the right wing? And how are they so effective at doing so?
The American Bad Party, like we like to call it. They have no allegiance. The CCP has no allegiance to the left or the right. They find out what's bothering either side, and they go in and they tickle it, and then they jostle it about it, and then they really create a big storm. They find out, okay, LGBTQ stuff is a problem, the right doesn't like it, okay, then we're going to make a big thing about how that's bad. And they go in and they agitate that side. Then the other side, they'll see, this whole base thing or whatever, they go for that. They do the whole, free socialist healthcare stuff, which doesn't exist in China, by the way, but they say it does, and then people on the right, on the left are like, it's all free, it's utopia. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're going to press these little pressure points, and they cause this thing, and the easiest way to do it is through the American Bad Party, which is America is the worst at everything, no matter the cost. And I see this, it's an American phenomenon. It's something that Americans all have built into them, and that is to think that America is always the best at being the worst. Okay? So for instance, I made a video about South Africa, where I'm from, about like the crime rate, there's 76 murders a day or whatever. I make a video. Someone in the comments are like, oh, you think that's bad? What about downtown Chicago? That type of thing. There's always somebody who has to. You talk about the domestic violence issue in China. Which
a lot of what about it?
Yeah. Domestic abuse in China is just off the rails. It's awful. The police don't get involved. Mm-hmm. It's always seen as a domestic thing. Talk about that. Someone's like, oh yeah, well in America, domestic abuse is off the charts. It's like, come on, shit, the hell, you don't know what you're talking about. But that's what they do. Because of this built-in reaction that a lot of Americans have to blame America and put America first as the worst. They like to stroke that. They like to enable that.
I definitely saw them use the left way more in the beginning. Yeah. And we saw this in social rights movements. So like the anti-Asian hate protest, something we publicly endorsed was to fight back against the Asian hate that was happening during COVID. And what happened very quickly was China could see a weakness and a vulnerability. We had a friend go to one of the protests, and a bunch of the people were holding up these posters that said "Stop Asian Hate," and then on the other side it said "Stop Bullying China." So what China was doing was co-opting legitimate movements that pull at people's heartstrings and things that people actually care about in their life, and they'll go and buy that. But what has happened is that we've seen the right become more vocal online, and they say, how can we kind of work this? How can we work our narrative into this, right? So China, everyone knows China is not fixed. China is not a traditional moral society. It's a moral bad.
It's got the most amount of infidelity ever.
High infidelity, high abortion, all the things that a lot of pro-life conservatives might care about, right? Very poor on religious freedoms.
There is no religious
freedom, right? But what they do is they say a lot of people care about these issues right now. So if we pretend that we put $1 billion into a propaganda campaign to get this audience capture of right-wing people, we can now say we have traditional culture, we have traditional society, we care about moral family values. Look at us, we're actually trying to boost the birth rate while the West declines, right? And they're hone in. 0.8. Yeah, it's the worst in the world. Yeah. It's the lowest in the world. What if you think that's good? Yeah. But they have the lowest birth rate in the world. They have all of the opposites of reality, but they've managed, and I think this is the scariest thing as we look at Hong Kong, we look at COVID, we can watch them drive the reputation into a crater, into the ground, where you're like, China's never going to come out of this. This is such a bad luck. They keep screwing up. And they manage to come out of it even stronger every single time because of how much priority there is in propaganda. So for them to get audience capture on the right doesn't surprise me one bit. I called it a couple of years ago. Saw it on the left. I said the right's next. They know how to really. I think Americans have a big problem with this too. You can agree with someone on 90% of stuff, but as soon as that person says one thing that you disagree with, now that person is bad. They know how to take advantage of that 10%. It's exactly like that, right? We've become so divided and polarized. It's a field day. I bet they're sitting there in their intelligence offices while they devise these plans, and they're just salivating watching the division in America right now. Something that we have fought against tooth and nail. We have stayed apolitical in domestic politics on our show for a very good reason. The more division there is in America, the more open farmland there is, no pun intended, for China to take advantage of.
I can't buy that in Texas anymore.
Nice, congratulations.
Yeah, well done.
But you know what it is fundamentally it's a lack of understanding of what communism really is. Because we always talk about the political stuff, but we never talk about the ideological stuff. During the 60s, it's the same thing. The bigger the divide, the more chance that the communists can do it. The takeover in the start of the Soviet Union, Lenin capitalized on the division in the Russian society. The start of the Chinese Communist Party, Mao capitalized on the division of the Chinese society. And now they know we call it communist, right? Even though CCP, they're like a socialist, they have elements of fascism, elements of authoritarian. What they do is, like Winston said so perfectly, they mold the exact image you want to see of China so that you can accept it. Most people have never experienced the hammer of communism until they've experienced it, like people in Hong Kong. So what happens, even people in Taiwan you see now, they're saying it doesn't hurt to try because democratic system, capitalism, it's failed us, right? We're poor. In America, we have homeless, we have poor infrastructure, all these things. Why not give communism a try? But the problem is, people don't realize that in the so-called bad capitalist society, you have a chance to elect somebody else if you don't like them. You have a chance to vote for somebody else you don't like. But once you get into the space of that, you no longer have those opportunities. But it's starting to like by 2020, Hong Kongers no longer have to. It's like the boiling water. The water, right? So, and that's what they're really basing it on. It's this curiosity, especially I see a lot of young people now. They are curious, which is good. Curiosity is good. But to precisely capitalize on that and to say that, hey, let's try.
They take advantage of the openness of our society.
Exactly.
Yes. And that is not by random chance. It's very much a structured decision.
They study.
What's the book that you were recommending to me last time?
Yeah, so the Chinese strategist for Xi Jinping, his name is Wang Funing. He came to America, toured around cities, countryside, and he studied America extensively. He wrote a book called America Against America. 美国对美国. Essentially, the ideas that the CCP have used now against America are written. It's the core of the book, basically. What the problems with fentanyl, the problems with homeless, racial division, how the political system works, everything is studied. And for 20 years, like these Chinese think tanks would send scholars to exchange with American scholars. They didn't come here for knowledge. They came to understand how we can exploit your system better, so that even in times of COVID, they can bounce back, even in times of massive protests. But the fact that we see how they can go from tanks rolling down Tiananmen in 1989 to every other political movement, and now still having people show up for them, is precisely the fact that we don't understand them enough to understand us. So they can cover everything, but we can't cover it.
Well, the thing that bothers me the most about that is you would expect them to do that because they want to be the power. It's the way the world worked forever. So I don't even necessarily hold that against them per se, because you would expect that. What I do hold responsible is our leadership over the last 30 years, and you told me you protested in front of George W. Bush, right? Well, his father is the one that basically let Tiananmen Square slide. Why? Because there was a market to be captured. Let's let him into the World Trade Organization. Fine, he can speak goods and be the venture capitalists to make a lot of money investing in that. So the Western leadership and the Western business class, in my opinion, is just as complicit. So not only are we trying to fight against the narrative coming from China, we're trying to fight against the dollars coming from the Fortune 500 companies and the government leadership in America. I think that's changing a little bit, little by little. Maybe, but then you see who is the Jensen Huang, right? NVIDIA, right? Yeah, he's like, well, why wouldn't we sell to China? If we don't sell to them, they'll just make it themselves. And then someone had, I don't know if it was, I'm sure, well, we never sold Virginia-class submarines to the Soviet Union. This is a stupid argument. Oh, Dmitry Alperovich. Really good writer, too. To get this message out, we've already talked about that, they need people. And they need people at all levels of society, from the lowest of the low to the highest of government officials. So I want to take a little look at what that is for our audience that might have not seen it before. So we'll start with kind of what I think is funny and kind of get a little bit more serious. But if we could run that clip, Igor, if someone has that modified.
Welcome back to Unboxing China. I'm Nancy, and I have back on our show Igor.
I mean, I really missed you, missed the show, and most of all, I missed what's in the box.
So why don't you open it?
Okay, let's go straight to it. We have here. What?
Waiting for this moment. It is actually a favorite snack here in Zhongguo, and it is called Wantuo. Holdable. Yeah. Wantuo.
But I don't think that's like the final stage of this food, right?
You're exactly right. So let's go and check out how we actually eat it. So guess where the water is. Painted. Look.
Is it from the river?
Yes, you're exactly right. This is the
What river?
Yellow River. Oh, the famous Huanghe, right? Right, our mother river, the Yellow River. So I
This
guess.
is pretty clear, actually.
Yeah.
I will be flying like a bird. Oh my gosh.
Hey, it's too late for you to regret.
I'm not afraid.
Woo! This is crazy. I'm feeling great, feeling exciting.
Unexpected.
Yeah.
You get the speed.
I'll tell you.
It felt like just flying into the sky. It was like Superman.
Yeah. So it's innocuous enough, right? But how does someone like Igor go from being part of a random Russian or Eastern European in China to being part of a state media campaign?
He has a very interesting and sad story. We know all about his Ukrainian, and he studied Chinese and Chinese history and the culture. He's one of those guys who had a genuine interest and went over there and found out very quickly that they don't care about a foreigner who knows the culture and who can speak the language. They care about a foreigner they can make fun of. So they put him on state media, and we found an old archived article that he wrote where he was complaining about, as he was interviewed, about the fact that he has to pretend to be stupid and not understand everything. He has to pretend to be stupid and be amazed by every little thing. Like, oh wow, I've never seen this before. And they make fun of him on purpose. So he's got a pretty interesting backstory.
Didn't they call him Mr. Shit?
Yes, they put him in this Chinese drama skit show, and his name was supposed to be Nicholas in the thing, but what you have to say to the audience is it's Nicholas. So that he would walk on the streets and people pointed at him and like, oh, it's Hitler's picture. This guy is like one of the guys who genuinely was in the dream of being a proper journalist.
Yeah, so these kind of guys, they don't. He's not going Xinjiang genocide denial. No, it's not. It's not. It's sad. His life to the point where no one would know.
Yeah, but he has to pretend that he doesn't speak it. He's one of the less immoral shoots. Him a white man. Somebody they put up there as a foreigner. He's like, oh, that is amazing. So great. Oh, it's, I can't eat my tomatoes.
I don't want to harp on about the clip you shared, but that ride that they were on, we have footage of and the guy's leg just folds.
Yeah,
it waxes.
This is just
forward.
great.
It's bad.
How am I supposed to fish it out now?
That show that they're on is called Unboxing China, because I think they saw the unboxing videos.
Oh,
This is
man.
an example of bad Chinese propaganda. They're like, oh,
What am I
people like
supposed
watch
to do now?
unboxings. So like,
I lost my rifle in the trench and I can't retrieve it. Would you help me, bro?
Clear.
Would you ever that giant one right behind me?
Why won't you retrieve it on your own?
What's funny is
Too many rats to go there naked. And all of my hair is back at the tax. Man, help me, would ya?
Hey, box, what's in the box today? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, nothing could bother her.
I'll pull it out for you.
The girl?
Thanks, stalker.
English, like, it's pretty good English. Yeah. Right? So are they, like, international school?
So many of them have studied abroad.
Talking about the Chinese presenters.
Yeah. What's funny is it didn't used to be like that. China's for nepotism and government corruption. And what you would do is you'd have to go get things translated if you live in China, like an official office. And the people they would hire are just the niece of a CCP official. So they have a CCP job of translating, and they don't speak one word of English. They open a dictionary and they verbatim translate stuff, and it's always completely wrong because he's locked in iron rice bowl government positions for the rest of their life. But what China saw was if we're going to be talking to foreigners, to English speakers on YouTube and stuff, we got to get real English speakers. So they upped their game.
Oh, I find people that have studied abroad.
For the longest time, that's all I'd see, right? These goofy videos. Like, it's a little pathetic, but you know, whatever. I understand people want to be on TV. But then, especially since Twitter has become the main disseminator of news, is when I started noticing the biggest change. And that's kind of why I want to play the next clip.
Nice catch.
And
Now bring it over.
recommended me all these books, so I don't want you to take a look at this clip. I think it's a clip.
You may be asking, why is the fentanyl tariffs still in place? The fentanyl issue in the United States is nothing to do with China.
Thanks so
And
much,
you'd be
bro.
100% right.
It
In
sure
fact, I
sucks
detail
being
that
in the
my
zone without
new
the
book,
Han.
The Wu-Mao Handbook, 20 Anti-China Lies Debunked, which is available worldwide on
Here.
Amazon from May.
Don't lose it again.
Decent folk are a rare sight here in Garbage. You're gonna have a hard time.
That's so crazy because every single one of them can be countered with video evidence. You can easily find on Chinese social media or even on Twitter. So I don't understand. But it's like, that's where I don't understand it. What is exactly their audience base? It's not people who live in China. It's not Chinese.
That's a great question.
Is it Americans who only love the
It's contrarians. It's contrarians. It's
I'll
people
never get used to those monsters. Been here for a year and they still make me
only to
sick
be
to my
against
stomach.
something. A normal person will be against something because maybe they're for something. These people have been either conditioned or brain rot at this point, for lack of better words, to now just be against something. So it's almost tantalizing if I'm just going to pretend to be a guy on Twitter, scrolling, and I see this and I go, wait, it's not. China's doing this fentanyl. And all of a sudden, in my mind, in 2025, I feel like that's validated because that's different than what I heard. Now I'm going to actually that's how I'm going to sound like a Chinese version right now, like a Chinese version, and I'll say that Americans and Westerners have simple in that you tell them.
Cheers, buddy.
But it's true
Here's to us.
because we live in such a habit-based society.
Anyone who's going to help us out.
That you tell
Pour me a little one.
someone's going to believe you. most of the time.
I trust.
Yeah.
They don't think that you're lying to them, right? If I tell you my neighbor has a cat, you believe that I have a cat. You don't think I have a dog. But it's so different because in China, if you tell them you have a cat, you actually have a dog, that person will say yes, you probably think they have a dog. So they're one step ahead. So everyone in China places like mental games. So that's why I feel like this affected me.
Hey, I remember you.
Because, like,
You're the guy who got my dead bro out of that anomaly.
Yeah. Okay, I wanted to talk a little bit about.
If you're looking for work, I can't help you there, bro. Let's toss one back instead. Bob's. And to your heart, too.
The Philadelphia, Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia does the drug.
See ya.
Because that's all of America.
Yeah, they would say America has all this homeless problem. In China, there are no homeless people, and they get these guys. The sheriffs would walk out in the streets and say, "Look, it's the middle of the night, and there's no homeless people," which is nonsense because.
Well, looks like we got a new guest. Fresh from the Cardone, are you? Or is it the lesser zone? I'm guessing the gaffer sent you.
And she told me what the
That's right. He did.
I knew it. Welcome. Here, have a drink. To new friends.
But then they would ship them off. They'd actually put them on buses and ship them off into the interior, far away from the
Duty is getting lazy. Back in the day, you could walk all the way to the cement factory and never see a single dog. But now,
let me show you something that's freely available, because America, there's nothing.
I've got drinks, I've got snacks. Pick what you want.
And film the drug addicts and put them online. No one's going to stop you. You can't do that in China. You try to put it online. We'll stop. And I wanted to just shift quickly to the Zhengzhou flight. You remember that?
Yeah, very important.
It's insane what's happening underground.
Yeah, subways were flooded.
Recently, you see on Twitter and other places this video of the worship. It's like half and half. And half of it is like the New York subway, in disrepair. It shows rats or like a homeless dude and maybe some water like spilling out of a pipe. And then they show like a brand new building on the other side, like a new subway, either in Guangzhou or Shenzhen or something. They show like that pristine, amazing, looks futuristic, and they look, America sucks. It's in the past. It's like everything's broken and run down. In China, they build, and it's all amazing. I always counter this with the fact that in the Zhengzhou floods, hundreds of people drowned slowly to death in the subway.
Hundreds is very nice.
It's a nice way. You'll never know. But for those of you who don't know, what happened was there was a huge amount of rainfall that they weren't expecting. They didn't want to stop the services, even though they knew it was a bad disaster, like things happened. They let the floodgates go on some of the reservoirs, flooded the city in a matter of minutes. People were trapped in the subway systems. They were live streaming themselves drowning in the subways. It was horrendous. People, after the fact, put up these bouquets of flowers. The mourners came to put up the entrance to the subway. And there were so many flowers that the government decided they had to block up and actually put barriers so people couldn't see. They couldn't see the amount of flowers that were being put in there. When they took the train cars out, they blacked out the windows. There's footage of them taking them out in trucks, and all the windows were blacked out of the subway train cars. Obviously, there were a lot of corpses inside that didn't want to use. But guess what? There was also a 4-kilometer tunnel that was flooded in 5 minutes. And it was 4 lanes, 2 ways this way, 2 ways that. Jammed back-to-back traffic because there was a toll booth on the other side. People were stopped going to pay tolls, so it backed all up. It flooded in 5 minutes. There's no way, if you're in the middle of that tunnel, it's 2 kilometers either way to make it out. Even if you did get out of your car and walked, you wouldn't make it out in 5 minutes. Countless people died in that tunnel. The official death toll for everything, for the whole city and all the surrounding areas was like 310, no, 200 and something. Then the government said, no, some people were lying, there's more. The official death toll is like 398. 398, and that's impossible. It's thousands.
There's footage of a car graveyard in there. The cars that were flooded. Yeah, just fucking looked like.
Come back whenever you want a drink or two.
It was thousands of people. Yeah, but you know what happened in the aftermath that made me really sad was when BBC journalists weren't going to try to report on it. All Chinese people were saying, the foreign journalists, don't block them, don't let them report on this. They thought that these people were there to expose the bad side of China, and that's how things have turned. In 1989, they were thanking the BBC journalists for getting the news.
I ain't gonna beg you. If you chicken out, I'll find someone else.
The population has
I'm not chickening out, just double checking. I'll do it.
Great. I'll tell Jerry you're in.
Is the domestic change as well, what they've done.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem I have
Looking for a job? I can help with that. Come back later.
Consume state media, and they have voice, so they see beneficial.
Thanks for your help. You're a decent guy. That's a rare sight around these parts.
At all, right? Just bring it back to the clip you just showed. When you have these guys that are from New Zealand, Australia, America, Canada, and they know what's happening. They know that thousands of those people died in that tunnel and then were basically arrested for talking about it afterwards, and they lost their families and loved ones, and they get on state media and get paid or incentivized to champion.
Come
this
on,
government.
spit it out.
When
I can
faced
tell by
with
your
these
face
facts,
you're here to
makes
talk
them
business,
sick.
not chat about life.
Because they
Nestor,
know what's happening.
the
They
scanner.
don't have to consume
Ring a bell?
Chinese state media.
The only right answer is an honest one.
Why, hello there.
As a result,
First those thugs, and now I gotta deal with you. At least you didn't stab me right off the top. Guess that means we can negotiate. So what do I get for being honest?
In China, you could drown if you take a subway because the government doesn't care about the people. They care about their
You
face
got
projects. They
problems.
don't understand
That's
the
obvious.
faces you know.
I can help you deal with them
They could just turn around
in
on us and
exchange
go,
for
"What
some
about-
information.
Well, America's bad. Why are you saying, what about China? Look at China.
Straight to the point,
I
huh?
think we'd all agree with
Without Nestor,
the fact
this
that we're
place is a
Americans or we
mess.
live in America.
I don't
but
want to get
it's where you're,
involved.
for the
A
most
good
part, you're able to
tech
criticize
is
your
worth its
government,
weight
and
in
we
gold.
encourage that 'cause we want
But
improvement.
kingpins are
If they really
expendable.
want to see us improve these American shills or Western shills, why not point to countries like Japan?
What happened to
Taiwan,
you?
that are open societies
Don't spare any
with better
details.
infrastructure, with better public
I've got a
programs.
workshop not far from here.
Why are they shilling
The
us
only
down
ones who
for
knew about it were
5%?
Nestor and me.
It's simple.
And now the
The
thugs
simple
do
sense
too,
is that
apparently.
South Korea and
They showed up
Japan
without
and
warning.
these democratic
Of course.
alternatives like Taiwan don't have
I'm not that much of a
million-dollar
fighter.
campaigns
I'm better with
aimed
tools than a
directly at
gun,
security.
so I had to get
That's what
creative.
China's doing,
I
right?
turned the
They're
scanner
not
on,
consuming
it created a
something
bunch of
from Taiwan that
anomalies,
says, "Look
and I
at us, we're
managed to
amazing,
get away.
beautiful, vibrant democracy with a great subway system." They're consuming that from China. China's got the budget and the need to do that, the need to change people's minds. You don't have to
You
change
sure
them
know a lot
overnight.
about scanners for an ordinary tech. How?
Why shouldn't I? I've been in the zone for a long time now. I used to tinker with all kinds of different gadgets for Degtyaryov back at Yanev. I've looted a few Project X labs with stalkers too. The scanners are based on Project X tech. Once you've handled their stuff a few times, you know which buttons to press.
No, I'm just gonna say like the whole thing with Xiaomi, the new
Project
EV
X?
UIDs.
What's that?
It's like
A network
people-
of labs.
Anyways,
Beats me what the hell they were doing there, but I've seen a couple of papers indicating that they used to experiment on people. Labs are crawling with mutants to this day. You can put two and two together, Stalker. As for me, I'd rather not. I'm an engineer, not a mathematician.
Which is like they're trying to sell China as something that's so much
Do you
better.
suspect anybody in particular for the attack?
I'm telling you, Nestor's business is nothing but trouble. If you're gonna start getting involved in it, you better stock up on ammunition. You really ought to take a look around my workshop. I figure you might find something useful in those thugs' pockets. I'm better off here at the slag heap. But if you want for risks, I'll give you the coordinates.
All right, I'll have a look at your workshop.
Whatever you find there, bring it to me. I want to see it.
Outward facing is the key word.
Yeah, this is outward-facing propaganda just for the state-run media. So you can imagine what it is now. That was just
That was a relatively friendly point.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is coming from a country that has an 8 out of 100 on Freedom House Index, right? 8 out of 100. and we are seeing the most media from this country, right? That restricts all and only has state media. Everything you see coming out of China is illegitimate if it's run through the state.
One thing that Chris likes to say all the time is like, China, on our show, Chris says, China is a country that uses rape as a form of torture. Like, it's true. We have interviewed people who have been raped in prisons as a form of torture.
Sorry, man. Real busy at the moment. Got a job to do.
Yes, and but like, there's no.
If you need to get someplace, speak up. Whatever they tell you about bunkers, I know my trade. Ready to go? Getting scared yet?
To do some like business exchange thing, and even though he was friends with me, he had heard me talk for years about how corrupt this is.
I can take you where you need to go.
Like, he still came back a little bit with like, he was like, oh yeah, and they took us to this brand new facility.
I changed
where,
my
like,
plans.
So high tech, and you know, like he knew.
You want to head out? Let's head out.
But there was still a part of him that was a little dazzled by that.
Without Nestor, this place is gonna turn into a freaking bloodbath. The kingpins are gonna fight to the death, I tell ya. You wanna stick around for that?
Well, where else are we gonna go, smartass? Know any other places with enough chunks to shake down?
Word is, there's a new gang boss in Rostov, and he's hiring. We could join the Sultan at the swamps too. And if it gets real bad, we could always sign up with the mercs.
It's like, the truth is that Beijing let Apple into China to exploit.
Hey there,
so
stalker.
that
What can I do
Beijing
for you? If you're looking to buy or sell, great. If not,
major multinational
head over to Circa.
name.
They just love answering
They let
questions.
these companies in so that the CCP can exploit those companies, steal their intellectual
You got some
property,
loot?
like make
Let
money
me have a
off of
look.
them, kick them out. And so when we have this new like trade deal negotiations, and Scott Bessent and like President Trump say, "Oh, hey, the great news is China is going to open fully to
Sorry, that's just so frustrating.
Yes, it's like, first of all, they're not, because they're a Leninist system, and the core of their system is state control, and they will never let that go. And then the second thing is, we don't want, like, how stupid can we be? Like, you could argue that people in the early 2000s maybe didn't understand what they were doing, but now it's almost 30 years later, like, China is a country that uses rape as a form of torture. We want our more American businesses to go into China and keep feeding the Chinese Communist Party money. Like, in 2024, foreign direct investment was 4.5 billion. That was the lowest it's been in over 30 years. Like, at the height in 2021 was like over $350 billion of foreign money was going into China. It is propping up their entire system. Like, it is propping up the Communist Party. We are propping up the Communist Party. So with this trade war and the tariffs, like you guys have talked about this with like what's happening in factories and things like that, it's finally like making a dent. Like, we are actually like hurting the CCP. And then now it's suddenly like, oh, well, the good news is they're going to let us American companies fully into China so we can pump more money in.
It's like a knife in the back. It's like we just don't learn. Yeah. How many examples have we given just today?
Yeah.
Of how many times China screwed over their own people and us?
Yeah, and I like that you guys, because I want to, like, when we finish this, I want to end on that point, because I think there's a couple really cogent points to be made. But real quick, one thing on the propaganda that I want to get to a little bit is, first of all, the cognitive dissonance of that book is crazy, because he's selling it on Amazon.
Yes. Trying to own the meme.
Amazon
putting the video on Twitter,
Yeah.
talking about how bad the West is. So I digress.
Blocked platforms for Xi Jinping books.
Oh yes, potentially not a high IQ individual, but I digress. A couple people that are high IQ individuals, I have a quick note that I want to run and just kind of get your reaction to it. I, think
I hate garbage trade. Those thugs think I shit guns. I got a haggler for every piece you guys bring me, damn it.
Does not threaten us and could not threaten
Bring
us.
back some loot
And
next
so
time.
what are we talking about? War.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The century of humiliation came from the West doing what? Going
What's
to
that?
China
Got your ass kicked again?
per se, right?
Yeah.
So why could they not do the same thing?
It's okay, I'll be fine.
Why is he
Was it
showing
worth it?
against that?
Lost your loot, got the shit beaten out of you. Like, what the hell? If you want to work here, you gotta pay for protection. You got a death wish?
No. Almost every day.
You freaking
Chinese state media.
eat shit, bastards. Ain't getting my damn loot.
And
Revolutionary.
trashing America. That's what he does. That is his job. He is their expert. He belongs to China. And to see him on a platform like Tucker being taken seriously, and now
Another patient, eh? Are you here to talk business or just stopping by? I can fix you up if you've got the coupons. If you're broke, well, as long as you can still walk, you'll have to do a little work for me.
You know, I've tweeted about
Oh, don't look at me like that. Even fleshes ain't treated for free. And they're good for something at least.
On behalf of the CCP, can come back to America with their American passport and still be protected by this country's rule of law and enjoy.
Let me fix you up.
But a Chinese person, if they were to do the same thing, but say for the American government, they cannot go back to China anymore. They will be arrested. They no longer enjoy. They have to give up their citizenship if they want to stay in America and become a refugee, right? So this idea that Americans especially can do that and not feel any guilt towards it, and knowing that the citizens on the other side, they cannot do the same thing. I think this is a huge shame. It's not just America, but I've seen prominent American figures are doing this, and for a very long time. And that's where I see the issue. When you don't want to understand that the other side is harming you, and then you're employing these figures from your own country to talk about those things, saying that they won't harm you, when in fact they're preparing for a very big, very imminent threat in terms of what I think scale we've never seen if the U.S. and China were to go to war. But then, giving you this numbing drug that your own people are speaking from their own mouth. It's something that I think only the CCP, maybe Russia can do, but the CCP is really good at doing. And that's where I think we have less authority to counter. Maybe you guys can, but because we're not Americans, right? Even the Chinese immigrants will understand this threat very well. They're not, born Americans who started out in this land. They come here, and then so it feels like their words don't matter as much. And I think that's a lot of struggle. Is this? I know there's a lot of Chinese Americans out there who say, I know the Chinese Communist Party well, but their words aren't being heard because, well, they're not Americans, to be exact, and that they're immigrants. And that's I find a part where I think we need to improve on, getting to connect with those Chinese Americans or people like you guys who come from China. But it's not there yet. And I really don't think in any near future that the American government will take that seriously. Because, to be frank, I think the State Department could really use some help or resource for us to do this.
You're not getting paid by the CIA, right? USAID?
CCP always says
I won't make you comment on it.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not like we'll cut this out.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying, right? It's like if we're given more resources or we're paid more attention to, I think that would have been a great way to send the message out. But instead, we have clips like that where you have Americans who are shelling for
prominent Americans, intelligent Americans that know what they're doing. I can forgive a shill because it's a little bit of money. These people know exactly what they're doing.
What Winston was saying is that if you go in China daily and you see someone like Jeffrey Sachs doing an interview, you go, that's just, a guy being a villain, basically, right? Shooting on America, praising the Chinese government, that's just what he does. When you see him get platformed by basically the biggest platform in America to legitimize and weaponize his message, which is China will win, America is bad. I personally think that's borderline trade.
Which is less, I don't know, right around the same time we had hope, but this high level culture on
It's gonna be hard time for the slack people. The kingpins won't be happy if there's nobody here to shit with that.
Control of Asia is an existential threat to the United States, and we absolutely need to shift resources to prepare for that. So what happened to the guy that would platform that and be like, wow, that is a great point, Elbridge, to Jeffrey Sachs, yeah, you're right, America's kind of dog shit, and Russia has cool grocery carts.
Yeah. And China is harmless. That was that clip.
Yeah, it was harmless.
Yes. China's harmless. They're not going to go to war with us. They wrote the book on unrestricted warfare.
Yes.
Like they are at war with us.
They are at war. They really are.
Yeah. And this brings me to a really important point that I wanted to get to is they're already in the information war. Pretty soon it could be a hot war. TikTok. They haven't banned it. Well, they have banned it, but we're, shooting around with that a little bit. I'd like to see us get off the pot right now. 2 questions. Why do you think TikTok is still available in the United States? And what is the potential harm of TikTok moving forward?
TikTok,
if it continues to exist.
TikTok is and was an instrument of war. That's not sensationalist. We saw what happened when the CCP managed to utilize TikTok to get people to call their own Congress people in America. What was it, a button?
Yes, of course, it was a pop-up, and before you could use TikTok, it had a button to push to call.
And the reason you would call...
you want to do your brain rot stuff, you first have to call your congressman and complain about this bill.
Because this bill was threatening to ban TikTok, right? To me, that was the first instance where you go, this is being utilized to directly contact Americans and have political influence. That's already an instrument of war to me, right? But now you have, with surmounting evidence, that the CCP is in control, at least of a part of TikTok, and at any time, any moment, can use it for whatever it deems legal, right?
Whatever narratives they want to push.
In 2017, for example, the CCP made a law that said any Chinese citizen that they asked to gather intelligence in America or wherever they are, they're legally liable to get intelligence for them, right? TikTok's the same thing. If you have a part CCP-owned app that has access to hundreds of millions of Americans that they can turn on like that, imagine if they invade Taiwan. They could quite literally get rid of any piece of critical content overnight and then push a huge campaign, we've already seen them do with other issues, to TikTok feeds to make it the only thing that the vast majority of Americans see to form, shape, and control their opinion about the invasion of Taiwan, and then potentially, if it goes into a hot war with the U.S., demoralize almost every single American to the point where they don't want to participate. It's quite literally inklings of that already, right? Coming through and seeping through other forms of media that we're already seeing, right? China's doing it now, and they could do it so much worse if we don't get rid of TikTok.
What worried me the most is not even necessarily that we wouldn't support the United States, but when you saw things like Little Red Book, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just, oh, maybe China's not that bad. It was, China's awesome. So not only will you be going against your government, I can see a case where there's active support amongst younger generations for the Chinese cause.
Yes.
To which the most brilliant people in our State Department are saying that could be an existential threat to the long-term prosperity of America.
Yes.
And the best soldiers the Chinese Communist Party will have will be Gen Z Americans.
Yeah. There was some woman I followed on Instagram because she raised backyard chickens, and she got radicalized by Xiaohongshu. Like, she started getting Chinese followers because she was on TikTok, and then she they told people to go on Xiaohongshu, right? And so then she started making videos where she was talking to Chinese, and because she was having Chinese followers and all this stuff, and then it was this has suddenly become, this backyard chicken farmer has turned into a propaganda vehicle for the CCP.
You know, it was interesting.
Okay. It's just like you said. TikTok told people to go and join Little Red Book, and they renamed it Red Note overnight to try and get away from the negative connotations.
And there was so much gaslighting about Red Book, where the Financial Times wrote an article where they were like, "Oh, it doesn't mean Mao's Little Red Book because that's not what people call it in China."
Everybody, my wife uses Little Red Book, and she knows that it's about the Mao Zedong Little Red Book. Everybody uses Little Red Book. But the problem with Little Red Book, or Xiaohongshu, is that, Red Note, is that it is a curated view of what China is. Only if you are sophisticated, upper middle class, usually a sophisticated woman wearing makeup and who's rich, who's driving a Maserati or whatever, you're fine on there, okay? You cannot show homeless people on Xiaohongshu. You cannot show any kind of negative thing when it comes to the economy. You can't show the filth, the dirt, the drug problems, anything that's wrong with China. You cannot show it, so you can only see idealistic lifestyles. It's kind of like when you go through Instagram, you usually have a pretty girl in a bikini at the beach and someone with a fancy car or something. That's Instagram. You don't expect to see negative stuff on Instagram. So when people go on Xiaohongshu, it's not a realistic picture of China. But they're being fed this rubbish and they think it's real.
In fact, they actually deleted content. If you were an American and you showed that you're wealthy, they were deleting that content. And if you were a Chinese and you showed that you were below middle class or just not exorbitantly wealthy, they actually deleted your
100% of any content.
There was a lot of videos on how much money Chinese people, like how much they had made, how their apartments were so affordable in cities like Shanghai.
Well, everyone owns a house.
Yeah, and then how that you go to the grocery store with 100 yuan, which is, you know, like $20, $15 or so, that you can buy grocery carts full of like food and all these amazing products, right? But then in reality, you see actually how much you can buy with like the Chinese power and how what you can get is really not a lot. And there's more than one video showing it up, but they do this because I don't understand why we don't believe stuff we see on Instagram, but then when we download another app, somehow that becomes reality.
Because it's boring. Yeah, and in America, we're taught to be kind of like other culture. So if you don't understand that culture, you can't. If you're racist, if you try to criticize it or even second guess it. Yeah, true.
And then when you do that,
it's always negative. You're extremists and we're racist.
Yeah, because it was like, okay, now these like factory people are saying, oh, well, we make Gucci. It's like, that's the thing. None of those things are made in China, but they claim they are. There's this authoritative voice that's saying that like China is actually the one making all these things. And really free to that thing about how places and saying it's the West, right? Like China is just trying to help you have cheap.
Altruism.
Yes, yes.
Isn't it funny that they targeted European brands?
I know.
Because it's like, those are the people you have in the trade war with. Why are you throwing all these European brands?
Just foreigners are foreigners.
It's so interesting how many people bought that.
The thing that, it just, again, is, and again, I think it's probably very clear on the part. I've seen him launch this tariff war in China, and I'm fully supportive. But then I see him with Instagram and TikTok, which is being used as a medium to undermine the tariffs that he instituted. It's a psyop.
TikTok is a psyop. Get rid of TikTok.
Yeah, 100%. Anyone with a clear mind will know that this is a bad idea. The Communist Party has control over every single Chinese company. It's built into the law. TikTok belongs to ByteDance. ByteDance is a Chinese company. The Communist Party can walk in there and say, give me the location and the IP address and whatever of this person, and turn on their camera and their microphone so they can listen to it, and they have to do it.
We already have documentation that they went after journalists who were
track their IP.
Right, they were
their counter is that, oh, well, we came to an agreement that would store data on American Texas, right here, right? But the problem is,
the internet doesn't matter. You can access anything from anywhere.
The engineer said the code was changing so fast from day to day, they had no idea what they were supposed to do.
I'm just going to devil's advocate and say that it's also everything to say, right? Does that mean that the CCP can't go into the ByteDance office and say, okay, algorithm now literally show pro-China war propaganda? That part hasn't been solved, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely. And what was the news that came out today that there are these hidden, like, secret communication channels in power inverters
and solar panels.
And solar panels. So there are these parts of solar panels, wind turbines, EV batteries that are controlled, like you use them to remotely control the device. And there are the ones made in China, they found hidden communication devices in there, which means that China could shut off your solar. They could shut off your wind turbines, like all of this renewable energy that we very gullibly brought to China, and they stole IP from American companies and then basically decimated the market. Otherwise, by undercutting the prices supported by state subsidies. So now, like, no one else can make solar panels except China, and then they've got these hidden backdoors in all of them. Like, so if they can do that with solar panels,
it's totally random, right?
I feel like just happened, right?
I'm so glad you brought that up because we keep bringing up these different points. And we used to be able to spend a year like kind of honing in like a big thing that CCP is doing, like Uyghurs, right? The Uyghur genocide, talk about that for a year. Now it's getting so difficult to cover because there's almost a new PSYOP every month. The red note migration, the solar panels, deep seek. It's like I can't keep up. If we're not aware at this point that China's already using unrestricted warfare on the U.S., you got to be stupid. I'm sorry.
I mean, so you mentioned Xiaohongshu, you mentioned DeepSeek, we talked about Xiaomi cars, but like Apple, it's also an American company, and that is Google. But then we've all, from time to time, and depend on things like YouTube or different platforms to get our message out. And we have obviously dealt with our share of censorship for reasons that probably differ from you, but I know all of you have dealt with censorship because of the content that you talked about. So could you just kind of let our audience know your struggles with that?
Big time. I mean, first of all, in the early days, China had a very effective way of censoring what we said, and that was to flag our videos. And we found instructions on Chinese forums that targeted specifically my videos and your videos at some point. But they had like pictures because a lot of the Chinese internet warriors, keyboard warriors, as they call them, they couldn't speak English, right? So they would have screenshots.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, right, yes. And they would show a step-by-step procedure, and they'd say, go to his channel, go to his latest video, you click on this little icon, you go down to here, you say reported, and then they say copy and paste this reason, and it would be like this shows towards children, or this is violence, or something about sexual this or that. They'd always find like the worst things, and then they'd have these tutorials on how to mass flag my videos, and it worked. My videos would get suppressed. And so they used to do that for the longest time. And they used to degrade and download videos. And YouTube finally caught on to that thing, right? And they stopped. After a while, that wasn't effective. Then they found other ways, like manipulating certain things. Right now, and I checked it again a little bit ago. I went on a TV, I searched China, and hundreds of videos scroll down. You don't see a Low 86 video, you don't see a second video, you don't see the China show video. You see the Windows China show. Yes. But you don't see a China censored video. What you see is Chongqing, the biggest city you've ever heard of. You see living in China, USA versus China 8 times. Yes, 8 times. Yes. That's what you see. You see pro-China propaganda. And, I mean, of course, you'll get the normal news site and stuff. You'll see something else. You'll see what we do like stuff. That's just a very good time. We always talk about videos like that 370s. You'll see like a 3-year-old on the show that's got like 500 views. China. This is a manipulation. I did search results for
The only search results videos with 0 views. Like they came out 2 days ago and they haven't gotten 1 view. Something's weird.
Yeah. So I don't know if YouTube is willingly complicit in this. I think the Chinese companies, probably like always, have found a way to manipulate the system, and it's probably through some kind of SEO. Something
I mean, the CCP brags about being in every Western country already.
You would think of all the, and I know this was kind of a sticking point, is the looking for espionage through like college students looking for China.
Yeah.
And that became a big problem, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, they stopped it because of sort of racial discrimination accusations. But again, that's using our open society against us. Now, why not, like we saw at Stanford, why not flood a ton of people in that are going to end up getting jobs in Colorado, end up getting jobs in Silicon Valley? So I don't want to call them accusations, but to posit that as something that might be happening doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
That was into it. Yeah. It was before that came out, before X that said that there were. Well, no, that was when it was Twitter. Yeah. So it was before Elon bought it. So a whistleblower came out and talked about, among other things, that there are CCP spies embedded inside Twitter in different groups, and they, yeah. Makes sense. So if it's in Twitter, it will have
propaganda on X.
Yeah, Twitter has also.
X is so and it's going to engage with them.
I engage with them. State media propaganda and state
pushing now they don't speech is for the Korean War. I was like,
it's crazy that a country that you not allowing your own citizens to access to, they're banned. And people being arrested who use the VPN to reach other countries and taken away and disappeared.
election last year
we saw that your numbers were down too. We're like, listen, this is really strange. All of a sudden, our views are cutting high. You know, what did happen to you? It turned out it was.
At the same time, and then the problem is things like, you know, a lot of them were a third of an audience that did unsubscribe from our channel, like that YouTube had taken us off their feed without them wanting to, and then also that they were never recommended like anti-CCP content like you guys or David's video.
So what did you guys do about that?
Yeah,
I was really impressed by it.
so we launched a campaign called Operation Honeypot because what our YouTube rep told us was that, oh, you know, your videos just maybe aren't getting enough engagement, like maybe people aren't as interested. Overnight, all of a sudden, all of them.
Yeah.
But because they were saying the engagement's the key, that they're like, okay, well, we will call your bluff on this. We will get our audience to engage. We told our audience to like put a honeypot emoji in the comments to show us that you are engaging with our content, and then, you know, we'll see if this makes a difference in terms of like, and then we started getting people commenting that like, I thought you guys were making videos. I haven't seen those videos in months or years. You know, like I didn't know that you guys were still around. So it actually did have an effect where like suddenly it was coming up in people's feed because there was a little bit more engagement, but it was obviously still incredibly suppressed.
No, there is something important I forgot to mention. At the time when our video, we had a discussion, we did a little video together and stuff, but at the time when I used it, you searched China and you couldn't find anything from any of our channels. They were buried. Even if you go down to the bottom, none of them would turn up. I did an experiment on my channel. I released 2 videos which were negative with title about America. It was like America is screwed, China beat us, China won. I made that, and those came up in the results.
And they went by.
Yeah, and those, like, I made that one about Red Books, just basically told the truth about China. America is lost. 600,000 views, something like that, immediately. None of my other content was
Yeah.
So there is something going on there.
Only anti-American.
Anti-American, pro-China content is being used, and anything that's critical of the CCP, China can be
you see how the way that the shares of the videos is great. It's very good for the idea. But if you do something and you only criticize that same thing, then the algorithm thinks you made it out where you're too extreme on just the video problem. And so from my perspective, like I'm going to notice this too. Every video that I put out for recommendation is the opposite side. Yes. Or that you get like half the team or around that time that we're talking about that. So it almost seems like for every step we push, there's 6 steps around us that are being pushed in the opposite direction. And you know, I don't want to accuse YouTube of being hate by China for doing this, but it just seems like whatever it is being done on the other side, it is clearly flooding a recognition of China content on YouTube. And so far, I didn't get that same thing as you guys, but I did notice that in terms of the reverse clickbait, I did too. My videos got much better views, but I did notice that for me right now, the shorts algorithms and things like that have changed for the worse. So we'll see what happens with it in general. Yeah, like my videos never showed up on the China. And even I believe the China tech YouTuber named David Zhang as well, which on higher search for David Zhang than I do, and I have more subscribers.
That's part of our show, something that is not wrong.
Yeah, I have said it. You know, but it's China's the best. But random other ones. Yeah.
So that brings me to this last point. I'm glad that we get to do it here because we've been fortunate enough to move on YouTube in a lot of ways and work on Rumble, which is great. I mean, China and Russia banned them too. It is what it is. But if you wanted to get your one word out, you want people to know about what's going on with the China situation, for people that might never get the chance to hear from you otherwise, what's the one thing each of you would want them to know?
China's out there. Honestly. China at the moment is not, it's not Ukraine. China's not this utopia that they make it out to be. And if you've been buying into the propaganda and you think that China is a better solution to where you are, it's better than where you live. What's more high tech? Remember that you're being fed a very curated image of what China is. That's not the reality of China. And just like you said, everybody's got a plan until they get something close. And I have suffered a lot of success. I have so many people who've reached out to me. I apologize to people who are talking bad about me. They were living their life, they were living like they're doing their stuff. And you got to go support them. Something that when you get enemies with somebody at realize how bad the system is and how rude it is to ordinary people and how little freedom people really have.
I think people dance around this idea that you can't say China's our enemy. That is a loaded statement. It sounds vicious, right? In reality, the CCP, the Chinese government, is our enemy. There's no buts about it. The Chinese people are, by and large, the victims of this system, right? And it's the only ally of humanity, the people like China. At the same time, also remember that China, in its schools right now, is teaching its kids to be ready for armed conflict with America, and that America and American arms. They are already doing it. They have taken even into the curated image of them peaceful, that are living in peaceful, and everything, right? So there's two images that they're portraying. One China, which is and then there's the world that China is currently involved in unrestricted war. They're in a power grid, they're in a water system, they have hacked their governments, they have they're already involved in a multi-billion-dollar propaganda campaign to change your mind against your own country, whether you are on the left or on the right. It's not on your team, it's against your team. If you're a Westerner that believes in democratic ideas, or if you are somebody around the world that believes that people should have a say in anything, China is your enemy. It is the enemy. And that's just the deal.
Donald Trump, don't trust China. China's asshole. But I mean, I think that the fundamental idea for Americans to understand is that when we say China, we mean the CCP. And the Chinese people are, like you mentioned, the victims. But unfortunately, what the CCP has done is they tried to be the representative of the Chinese people. Of China, right? So when we are critical of China, we're really critical of the government, the Communist Party, and what it has done to harm everybody around the world. And this threat is comprehensive. We talked about many factors today, but it's not a single sort of lane type of situation. It's multiple fronts. And you know, they always say that you should prepare for the worst. And I think it's and when we prepare for the worst, to realize that what could possibly happen, what did happen in World War II with the Nazi situation can happen, and it's happening for much worse than what they've done. You can't trust them. And if this comes from, we have people that live in China, we have people that know China a lot. You guys go and really just at least keep in the back of your mind that we're crazy, that we're not being paid by the government. We are actually trying to tell you.
America is still a beacon of hope for the world. Like, where do rich Chinese people want to send their money? They want to send their money to America. Where do Chinese people want to go? They want to go to America. They want to settle in America. Where did Chinese people who send his daughter to the university, Harvard? Like, this is like what the CCP wants to portray is that America is a chaos, violence, and China is so much better to their own people and to Americans who colonize us. What you see is get out of China and they want to go to America, and I think that speaks a lot too. That they know what is their society is like. They know how repressive it is there and how terrible it is to live